Sword of omens, give me sight beyond sight.
Look out, Mila, I'm doing something stupid.
It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is my day, my It is Wednesday, my dudes.
I'm too sexy for my love, too sexy for my love, love's going to leave me.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he just ran in. Alright. What's up, y'all? Welcome to this week's B2P. Before we get started, I just want to shout out our pod of the week and guest this week, the one and only team Hellfire, joining us for a conversation. Shout out to Risco for the remixes each and every week. Shout out to Swift Duck for that amazing video. All right, this week we got Team Hellfire. Coming up on March 23rd, we've got Bot Grinder, and on March 30th, What Is Real? Join us for chats. It's going to be one of those shows. And last but not least, we got our birthdays this week. The one and only Glenn Hodge, GQFPV. Crunked. Shout out to Crunked. And me. And with that, let's get over to the Zoom. What's up, y'all? I'm sorry. I'm having just a weird night, man.
What up, pigs?
What's happening?
What up? Team Hellfire in the house.
That's us. Yeah.
How's everyone doing? DJI goggles. Rocking those. You like this? This is the V3s.
What would I do?
V3s.
This is the V3s.
Sneak release.
Sneak release. What up, chat? What the fuck is a bot grinder? It's a good question. I guess you'll have to
Grindle.
You'll have to tune in on the 23rd of March to find out. Bert Grindle.
A Grundle or a Grundle?
No, he wrote
Bert Grundle. Oh, Bert. That guy was funny.
We're going to call him Bert Grinder the whole entire night watching.
Happy birthday, Risco.
When is Risco?
Oh, shit, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
When's your birthday, Risco?
When is your birthday? I haven't seen that on the list yet. Is that next week?
If it is, happy birthday. I'll send you some of these V3s, bro, for your birthday. Hey!
Gonna send you some of these V3s, bro.
I got you.
These are like the fucking...
Everybody gets some V3s.
These are the octave diversity.
You get V3s. You get V3s.
It's like raining.
Only Bears edition.
Oh, I started already with the Bears.
So before we start, I got a shout out to Swift Duck. He's like my favorite pilot.
Yep.
So I'm fanboying out heaps tonight. So
Thank you, bro.
No worries, man. You deserve it. You're unbelievable.
And they're touching screens right now.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm moist over here.
The Swift X with a D and Demon gave him the D.
Plenty of D. You put the two of us together, you got the D
Wow.
and
Did you put the two tits together?
Never touch
Is
the
he here?
screen.
It's gonna be one of these shows.
Is that where he is? So if I just sit there and
Seriously, I appreciate the sport, man. Seriously, I do.
He really does.
That's actually fucking awesome.
He
Could you
really
please do that some
appreciates
more?
the support from down under.
I think you should have the show just staring at Swift Duck.
It's like both of them. How you doing?
Strangers in the
amazing.
night, exchanging glances.
This is fucking amazing.
Being thrown over his shoulder
Anyway,
every 5 minutes or so.
It's just like.
Well, dude,
It's been a long night.
So, thank you for joining us.
I'll be
Welcome
sitting- I'll be
to
sitting there
B2P. Oh, what's up, chat?
how's everyone doing tonight? Good?
Yay.
That is
yeah.
Yar.
Welcome
Party.
Team Hellfire, dude. What up, boys?
Hey.
Sonny says
girls.
Thanks
for having us.
Hey, man, thanks for coming.
Delusions of
No, anytime,
grandeur.
man. Been hanging around for a long time. As you know, Hellfire
It
is
smells-
massive supporter.
Forevermore just wrote a couple of minutes ago or a couple of seconds ago, smells like a blooming onion in here.
Our duck's always
Is
moist.
that a Bluminati?
Illuminati?
The Abluminati.
We're not going to get nothing done tonight.
no, that's the
We're
beauty
just
of
going to go
it.
down that rabbit hole on spin.
Let us dive.
See you
on.
when I hit the bottom.
That's where we go for every week.
Some
go.
weeks we get there quicker than others. Some days we just jump right off the board, straight in the deep end.
It was inevitable with us in this chat. Let's be honest.
Well, and I mean,
it was going to get there.
To be
fast.
honest, we were looking forward to
B3s.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Who have we got in the chat? There's heaps of Hellfire in the chat. We got Fuel Fury. I saw Lead Belly before. Jeez, everyone's in here. Hey guys.
everybody's in. A lot of new faces.
Represent.
Risk
2, 3, 4, 5,
Shout out to Evan Forevermore while I'm
Oh,
here.
hell yeah.
12.
Super Deluxe
Yeah, he's a legend.
in the chat.
Man, look at it.
Mighty Swift Duck.
It's lighting up tonight. It's awesome. Awesome to have
Jimmy
everyone.
Freak in the house. Erie 509. Ken FPE. What up?
Lots and lots of people.
Everybody have a good week this week?
I did.
NFPB.
Anybody get some packs in this week?
Make sure you guys
I
check
did.
them out. Link in
I
in
did.
the chat.
I got invited last minute to Gates of Hell with a weekend, and I pretty much destroy everything.
Yeah.
Motors, props, GoPros, you name it. It's just how to rebuild 2 quads.
Is the DJI toast? Did you
I don't
smash it?
No, I did that. I won't fly. Hell no. Although it is pretty rugged, though. I still haven't posted video yet, but I literally slammed the Action 2 right into a pole.
Say
like,
what? You didn't.
You
post
slammed the
video? So
pole?
it didn't happen, right?
no. Oh, wow. Using my own defense against me.
Lap.
All right, I got the video from two
Next.
perspectives.
Clean this up here.
Next. I got 2 perspectives.
We'll wait for that video.
Yeah, I know. I think this is one of my GoPros. The thing is like, it's weird though. The whole GoPro is smashed, but the screen is still good. Ironic, right?
Go figure.
Say that again. Are you serious? The
Yeah.
shit is broke.
It's
But-
broken. It won't turn on. It's
Back
fucking
screen's fine.
lopsided,
But
but
the
the screen is fine.
screen is fine. I've got a 10 that is working perfectly.
I remember.
And the
Did
screen,
you get my video for the queue? Oh,
not so much.
Like this screen
I
is shot
usually go
here.
until the screen doesn't work. As
This
long as it records, I'm
left
happy.
Here, it doesn't turn on at all. I
As
might.
long as I can
granted,
Bluetooth, I'm good.
As long as
mean,
I can
I'ma take it
see
apart.
enough to where, like, I mean, I'll sacrifice my finger. I'll bleed to change my settings.
Well, see, I got
Oh,
those
I'm bleeding.
orcas, so I
As long
can
as it
change
works.
the settings in the orcas.
Well, that's
which
not
is
fair.
With your
dope.
mind.
Yeah, on the Orca V2s, you could change your
The
settings.
V3s,
bro.
though, they do it by thought. All I have to do is
By thought?
think about
Yeah, yeah.
the settings that I want, and they just
So let-
happen.
And it's done.
So let me ask you a question. If you have a brain fart, does it cause it to fail safe your
No,
video?
no, no. See, that's the beauty of the V3.
That's when I
man.
hit the ground.
V3 like detects the brain fart and bypasses to the right answer every time.
Yeah, but does
The
it
fail-safe
is-
algorithm on the brain fart.
Wow.
Exactly.
We'll see if algorithm on the brain fart.
It's got the brain fart filter. It's sort of like
I
an
told you to
RPM
use
filter.
Crossfire.
Yeah, no. This is
does it detect silent
This
but
is
deadly
my
ones
ghost.
too?
say what?
Does it detect silent but deadly ones?
Swift duck. Chat. Swift duck.
I don't think so. I've got audio. I don't think he hears. Greg,
What?
you there? He's there.
Oh, gotcha.
Here. Besides myself,
have
anybody
audio.
else got packs?
No, you're good.
Yeah. You good?
Yeah, I just
I got a
bought,
couple in. Just
bought some.
checking out everything.
I saw that,
Oh,
Swift Duck. I saw your post on Instagram. Finally got some packs.
Right? I can finally fly.
Those speedy
Dude.
pizzas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are they?
Pizza
I
time.
like them so far. I flew about 6 or 7 packs the other day, and 2 yesterday, and they flew really nice. Only
Gotta
1,200
love
knots,
crispy
so they're a
packs,
little bit
man.
shorter flight times than I'm used to, but whatever.
Yeah.
Did you-
What?
Still get the standard.
What are they? I'm sorry. I was
Crispy
doing
packs.
crispy packs.
Green
Are,
screen,
are they
yeah.
4S?
Yeah, I'm still on 4S.
I was,
Oh, I
so
thought
wait,
you got
so you bought
6S.
packs
No.
and you did not get 6S packs. Damn.
How
This
dare you?
dude.
It was
Go sit in the corner.
good
Go sit in the corner.
price, and I have no reason to switch over any of my other equipment right now.
We're just bullshitting for us.
You have every reason to switch over. 6S is the way.
Man, I love this dude, but it pains me to say, in a way, he doesn't need to. The bastard doesn't need to go to 6S yet. He can do everything on 4S.
That's
And-
damn right.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm
But he can just do it
This
for
is-
longer.
There
This is
are
good.
there are
This is good.
times
Test
where I
that
know
friendship.
that certain things would be better on 6S for my flying style, but normally I just don't give a shit because the cost
Well, it's
Well,
the
the cost
efficiency through
versus
the
the-
system. I
the
mean,
sa-
gain
the
of what I'm gonna
sag.
get isn't really
That's
going to be
right,
worth
Chad.
it for
The
me.
sag.
I'm sure you would notice it though, and especially the way that you fly with, with the linear
Yeah,
and
big,
with the
wide
snap
open.
move. It just
Big wide open.
the sag.
Oh,
the
for
sag
sure.
is noticeably different in some of those maneuvers for sure. I think
And
you
with
would notice.
6S, I mean, you'll notice a sag.
Especially
by the time you
towards the
notice
end of the
sag,
pack.
your battery's done.
Yeah, I mean, pretty
You're
much
about
when
to fall off the sky.
when I start noticing sag, my quad falls out of the sky. That's pretty much what happens.
yeah,
And-
exactly.
And I do that on the 10-inch quads regularly, so it's like
That
Switch
happened
one
to
day.
that happened to one of my mates. He's like, he had no OSD. He's like, yo, I think my battery's dying. I'm like, dude, come in. As soon as he said, yeah, my battery's dying, he turned around and you see the quad just go off the sky. I was like, just went flat right off the sky. Thank God it
Well,
wasn't
that
that
may be
far.
one downfall. Is it does like once it starts to sag, it's pretty well about to.
I mean, as long as you're
hit bottom.
as long as your warnings are set and you pay attention to them, you're fine. It's just you know.
Who sets those things?
I do.
Not this guy.
Not kiss
You
people for
said
like the last
I like to
fucking
live on the edge.
several
It's
years
the
until
V3s,
just
man.
recently.
They tell me anyway. They
The
just put my quad,
V3s.
bring my quad back.
They just put it in my
Buzzing in your
brain.
brain.
I just have to think about it. Hey, is it
Refresh
there?
list.
Nope.
Thank you, sir.
I overdo it though. I have all my OSD and I have it on telemetry. So whichever comes first is the one that I go by.
You
Well, see,
can-
that's my problem. Is it started out like I had it on my radio when I was flying
Yeah.
4S, and I set all that up, and then eventually, like I got 6S patch, and it changed, and I never went in and changed it, but it would sound off, so I just didn't even pay attention to it anymore. So then I just turned it off and got rid of it, and never turned it back on.
well, my problem
And
was
just look. I just have my voltage on the screen, so
when I did audio alerts on my
when I'm
radio.
not having as much fun, or I'm paying attention and then I see it. Sometimes not.
When I had audio alerts on my radio, I had Chewbacca screaming, like he does, and the problem was is my 4S packs would sag, and he would be screaming nonstop, dude. It was just like, "Rawr, rawr, rawr," the whole time I'm fucking flying. So yeah, that's when I turned it off. But I think the OST is fine.
Oh yeah, and when you had the Sasquatch coming up behind you, thinking it was Yeti mating call.
Yeah, right.
So, no!
Fucking frogs in the forest are chirping.
Just get a
It's
sneaky
crazy.
finger from behind. Not know what it is.
Me, I got like a female anime voice going off every fucking time an alert goes off, or telemetry or battery sag. So it's a little annoying sometimes. And since my radio is like a Demon Slayer kind of like theme going with it, so you hear all the alerts and all the little voices from the anime going off. So it's a fun thing. That's all it is.
I've never customized my radio like that. I wanted to though.
I will try not to take that personally, T. I will try not to take that personally that you're using Demon Slayer sounds on that. I will overlook it this time, my friend. I will overlook it.
Why? It's Demon Slayer. It's one of the best animes out in the market. Maddie Blunts can vouch for me.
I'm not saying it's not. It's just the name goes against my whole thing.
It's got to be officially licensed and sacrifice goats and stuff. To demons before it's.
The problem is that it has a
royalties
Slayer at the end.
There's a whole process here.
He's offended because he feels a Slayer word after the word demon. I think that's what it is. I think those are trigger words. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he
I'll
starts
say.
switching.
You see it? Instead of doing this, he started doing.
Yeah, you know what's going on. It's like quick sacrifice something, get him, appease him.
I heard a voice after my battery is unplugged.
I think that please.
The voice out of my battery is unplugged.
I did not.
It's usually in my bank account.
We got Skydoc in
everybody's
the
bank
chat.
account.
G'day, Skydoc.
Going
How
on,
you doing, buddy?
Sky?
A lot of
Sky
new,
Doc.
a lot of
Okay,
new
Sky
names
Doc.
in the chat tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out here.
What's up,
You
Doom
definitely
Rider?
made
coming
it.
out.
Hit the deck.
Doom Rider.
I did not fly this week, but I did spend time on a lot of other shit like swag and stuff. Swag.
Thinking about that.
That's the Hellfire team for you. We're popping at the moment.
Yeah, you are.
Taking that
Keep
ball.
popping.
Dude, shit's gone through the roof. We've got a song challenge that's just
I
started.
saw that's awesome.
Yeah, and
I'm trying to. I can't find a good mix for that song.
It's hard, isn't it? I tell you what, I'm going to chuck it in the editor, and I think I'm going to like loop the intro a couple of times, and then I might chuck a chorus in there. So I might just chop it right
Remix
up
it.
and make my own bit. Yeah, because it's got a pretty solid beat. So I think editing it would be really easy.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's got like almost a march to it.
In a way,
It's a large,
Yeah.
but it's a fast pack. For people to do that, it's got to be a fast pack. So something like probably like for Swift flies, he goes fast and slow. He can probably fly to that.
please enter this Swift Duck. Please do a video for this.
I was thinking about it.
Come on, please.
Wow.
I gotta get out the
Calling him
fly,
out.
man. I get shitty weather all the time.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
hoping it's gonna be cleared up soon.
I'm gonna put it on him. I'm gonna make him.
I
feel
can't
bad.
have
Come
fun
on,
when
dude.
when I worry about my quad
I
digging
get it.
into like 3 feet of snow at any
Oh,
given time.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Don't
never know.
forget to hit that like button, guys.
I
and
mean,
gals.
they
Yo,
do.
what's
You see
going on,
that scab in
Squibs?
my hands?
They make a thing called
I literally
conformal
felt
coating.
ice.
Just saying.
No,
Over the
it's
weekend.
it's
Just
more
takes-
like I don't feel like looking for it after it's
Gone.
submarined
Dug into the snow.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you can say fuck
Fuck
that shit.
that
Fuck
shit.
that shit.
Just to be clear.
I mean, not for nothing.
You can-
Um,
You can use naughty words. Here.
The snow is pretty much fucking gone here,
Hold on.
and the weather's finally starting to break some. And holla fucking Luya. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, man. Our weather here the last 3 days
I
has
don't feel so
been
bad anymore.
incredible.
it keeps going up and down. It's like one day is like 6 degrees, and the next day is like 0 degrees, and then sometimes it goes. The highest is gone. It's to like maybe.
I'm not
10
gonna
degrees,
jinx
and
it, but
that's
the
where we hover.
next couple of weeks looks pretty steady. It's not super warm, but it's a hell of a lot warmer.
Springtime,
Yeah.
Let's go.
Not windy.
Hey,
that's
daylight
the biggest
savings
gripe.
time's coming too. It's gonna.
That don't mean jack squat.
Well, that means more flying time.
Well, until
Exactly.
for us, it's probably like what, April to June is when we start getting more longer evenings. Now, it's still
Do
hovering
you guys
about like
wait?
5:30.
Do you guys observe daylight savings in Australia? I honestly don't know.
We don't have it in. We don't have it in West Australia.
You don't have it in West
so-
East
Australia.
Coast does.
I envy you.
Yeah,
I
so
wish
they-
you
East Coast
so
does,
that-
and it used to drive me nuts.
So they're usually 2 hours ahead, and
Mhm.
when they go to daylight savings, they go to 3 hours ahead of us.
And you guys are near Perth. You guys are near Perth, right?
Perth, yes.
Aye.
We're,
I've
we're
been.
about an hour
Nice.
south of Perth. Yes.
You're an hour south of Perth. Right on.
Yeah.
I spent
Well-
a bit of time in Oz.
And it is really nice here, and we can't complain about. I don't want to talk about politics and virus shit, but we can't complain about that shit. We've been pretty lucky here.
Absolutely.
You know, so I mean, everyone says that our premier or the governor of our state is being too strict with the lockdowns because he's closed our borders and shit like that, and it has made things difficult. Like it has.
I've got
it doesn't. It's not something like that. Just that look on Asylum's face. It's not really something that bothers us. It doesn't affect us. What it does is it keeps us safe. So we're not fucking complaining.
I've got
You know
some
what I mean?
really dear friends in Melbs and a couple other spots around Australia, and so I get updates from those guys all the time. And it's been pretty crazy to watch what all the things. I get a little bit of it all from y'all down there. It's awesome.
Look, the good thing is that at least here in WA we can still go out and rip, and,
Right.
and that's the big thing for me, because it was almost 2 years in Melbourne where I couldn't do squat, and if I did, I was going to cop a $2,000 fine, you know.
Right.
So from it's been hard, but everyone's
Yeah, that's
coming out with
crazy.
everything. But from an FPV point of view, like WA's where it's at, seriously, because I can literally I've been here for almost 6 months. And the stupid thing is, it rained the other day for the first time in 4 months, and I was like, "Wait a minute, what's that sound?" I didn't even know what rain was. It was ridiculous. So it's perfect for flying.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've just been ripping it up something chronic.
Hell yeah.
And I haven't been posting a great deal, but I've been ripping it up and loving it.
That's all that matters, though. Really.
I was
Yeah, I know,
flying
right?
helicopters when I was in Australia. I've toured Australia a few times with bands. And so, So one of the last tour I actually did was with an Australian artist.
What? Okay. So back up a bit. What do you mean with bands? Are you a mixer? Are you
I was a sound. I was a little bit of all things, yeah. But I mean, I've played I've played in a few along the way.
Okay.
But mostly what I did was like sound design work and a lot of. I do a lot of sequencing whenever they were using beats and things like that. I would do all the I would go and take the album tracks and sample them and fucking make the live arrangements for the show. And then
I've played in bands since I was 16, dude. So
right on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, what are you playing?
Well, actually, my dad a guitar. This is a guitar that my dad made. So,
That's awesome, man.
Nice.
So he makes these. So
That's sick.
That's it. You made a friend for life with Artie.
Hell yeah.
So he passed away in March.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother.
But he made guitars, so I've been pretty lucky. I've had
fucking awesome.
Pretty constant
That's fucking killer,
supply of guitars all my life. But yeah, I've been playing in bands, so that's really good to hear. I really I sort of get excited when I hear other FPV pilots and stuff that have played in bands or played music. It sort of
I play drums. I've been playing in bands for my whole life.
Perry Earl has a band. I don't know if you follow him. He's part of a band.
Yeah, Perry Earl's in a band.
Almondy Brown. Shout out those guys.
They're on Spotify.
Flip flops.
Touring is Australia is really interesting because you only play usually a handful of cities. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then just to go from because we did like Sydney, Brisbane, down in Melbourne, different places, and then you would wait a couple weeks for the gear to go across the country to Perth, and then you'd fly out to Perth from like Sydney or something, and there was a lot of time hanging out.
It's the only way you can. It's the only way you can make the tours affordable in Perth to do it that way.
Yeah.
Because the size of the venues.
Mm.
The venues aren't very big, so you don't get many people in there, so you can't get a lot of ticket sales. Like in Perth, we lose so many bands they don't come to Perth because there's nothing in it for them.
Right.
There's no point to get their shit here to play a gig. They're not going to make that many tickets because it only holds 20,000 or something. I don't know. I'm just taking a guess.
I kind of honestly don't. I played down there.
Trinity, what up?
I played down there with some larger acts, and we did some pretty large venues. I don't remember exactly the details, but
yeah.
I also did.
But like a band like Kiss,
Mhm.
they can't. There's no venue that they can even play here. They've got so
Right.
much shit that what are they going to do? Break their show right down and just play a different show just for Perth? No, just don't.
I really am trying to think what the hell we played out there. I honestly don't remember because it's been a long time since I've been out that way. I was supposed to come to. I was supposed to come to Perth with Gautier the last time I was down there, and then
That's impressive, mate.
But I actually had to fly home. So a mate of mine in Melbourne, I had to train him how to do my gig because I had to fly home because I was getting a marriage license at the time and I had to come home for an interview. It was so it was fucking crazy, but yeah, it's a crazy story. I literally was in the middle of an Australian tour and had to fly home. Like, yeah.
That's
Myopic FPV. We appreciate you making it, brother.
Hell yeah.
But I love it. I've loved every time I've come down there.
As Chad knows anyway, is like
It's really nice.
Perth is the most remote capital city in the world,
Mhm.
and by title. And you know, taking 2 weeks to get anything to you on this side of the country is insane. So you either have bands that come over, and artists come over and they play Perth first while they're waiting for the rest of their shit to arrive.
Right.
And then you know, send the rest over to the East Coast. And to be completely honest, that we are one of the largest states, but we're so spread out. Like, it's redunculous. You know,
It was like small little pockets of cities within that main city.
Everything's
Like
along
small
the
towns within
coast.
cities.
Everything is along the coast.
yeah, everything's along the
Oh.
coast.
And
Yeah,
the southeast, right down
Yeah,
the bottom.
and then you just run into nothing.
The outback.
Run
So,
into
like-
mines.
Yeah.
It's
the
all in a hole.
so like the center of
You
just
Australia
fall
is
in
nothing,
Bruce.
and then you guys
Yeah.
live around the coasts.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Especially
and then
here
it's
in
like
WA.
I know
That's
that.
true.
I'm surprised you guys haven't taken a trip out to the Outback and do some nice long range. That's a good way to stretch your 10-inch.
Yeah. He's got to get his
This-
crossfire sorted. Let's
Gotta-
be honest. We're just
Gotta
gonna chuck it
take
out.
the.
Go.
That's where you take the X class.
Go.
Yeah. Take it
People already
out.
told you got to do the crossfire thing.
Do we have
So-
any X-class pilots in the chat tonight? Wasn't there one before?
I know. I
X-class
saw
pilot?
Aces Full a little while ago. Shout out Aces Full. He's flying some X class.
Big time shout out.
There's a couple cats in the Goon Squad Discord that are big into X class. A couple English guys. You know, but like I said, myself and Travis Braun admin the Macro Quad group on Facebook, and I thought about building an X class a long time ago, but once I started getting into Macro and Beast, I decided, unless I need it for visual reasons, I didn't want to build anything that, because for me, I was living in New York City, literally riding an electric skateboard to the park to fly, and trying to take an X class was not fucking practical at all. It's already
Yeah,
bad.
my dumbass picking you up.
There's already bad enough taken. There he is. Ace is full.
There he is.
Oh, Maddie
There you
too.
go.
Maddie just built a 13-inch beast. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
he
did
did.
Wow.
Um,
Wow.
Yeah, man. And so like Macro for me became like the perfect class because you can still carry 2 or 3 of them on a backpack.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and a
Well,
couple other things.
I think I just fixed the last bug from my X class. I had my telemetry wire wired up to the current sensor in the flight controller, but I'm going to do it to UART4 and then change it to an ESC. Yeah. So I'm
Are you
gonna
running
do it that
APD?
way.
Is it an APD or what's the powertrain?
APD, yeah.
Right on.
So that's it there.
Shout out to APD. Yeah, APD's fucking. That's what I'm running on my beast. It's a good system.
That thing is so sick.
If you put it on your
Sick, isn't
backpack,
it?
you start
Have
looking
you-
you like Spider-Man, the nanotech costume. Just put it on your back like this.
Are you flashed
You
out?
just take off with it.
You've got
Yeah, you pretty much.
Do you have ESC pass through and stuff working with your APDs? Did you do that
Yeah.
stuff yet? Yeah,
Yeah.
It's good. It's good shit.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, well, before we get too far into what you guys are flying as far as gear, let's start off telling us a little bit about yourselves, how you got into FPV, where you from. I mean, obviously we've been talking about fucking Perth for the last
10 minutes.
Few minutes. Yeah.
Sorry to derail there.
No. This is welcome to B2P.
Yeah, that's right.
The formatless format.
Hey, do you want to go first, Asylum?
Yeah, I'll give it a go. Yeah, so my long story short, I was always into RC and tinkering. So, my grandparents would always turn around and buy me some electronics, something or other. And my old man was in the army doing radio telecommunications and stuff like that. So I always had soldering irons and, computers and gear around me. So, and then my grandparents would turn around and buy me little RC cars, down to the ones with a little wire still, because it was the 80s, let's be honest. If the batteries ran out, you just wheeled them around your head like a, whirligig. It was awesome. And hitting your brother in the head or something was always fun. But, so then kind of only a couple of years ago, like I was racing, 540 Tamiya race cars and stuff like that. And that was cool back in the late 90s type of thing. And that was sweet, but the crowd wasn't there. And the problem that we have here, and I've said this before, is that we get everything 2 to 3 years later, in tech wise and price wise, and we get limited supplies. It's gotten better, but it's still pretty shit. My father-in-law bought some crappy little, thing from Kmart type of thing and was ripping it around in the park. And he goes, I'll come out and check this out with him and a couple of retiree mates, and said, do you want to give it a go? I'm like, before I knew it, I was zipping it around trying to flip it and do all this stupid shit. And, and then kind of spawned from there. So it was, kind of back into natural progression of tinkering and programming and playing and having fun. And then got onto your typical Chinese website, got an FPV drone. And, it's kind of spiraled out of there. So
how long have you been flying now?
2.5, just on 3 years.
Right on.
Nice.
So I had the first one for probably 3 to 6 months before I actually got some goggles. So line of sight was not my thing. It just wasn't my thing. I'm like watching all these videos and everyone's ducking through trees and stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, I can do that. Yeah, no, you can't. It's not gonna happen. It's not line of sight.
Props to the line of sight guys. I mean,
that's an incredible.
The one I know.
With mini quads, it's even more hard because they're so small. It's hard to maintain orientation of what direction it's actually going. And like I said, I flew helicopters a line of sight for a while, and it was a challenge, even with a bigger.
I'm good with nose out.
Bigger heli, but
once it's nose in, I'm.
Once you start trying to do anything like acrobatic, it's like. Okay, like if you're not completely in control at that point, you're crashing. That's all there is to it.
If it's a self-leveling toy drone, I'm actually pretty good at line of sight. Like I can rip that thing around the streets and through trees, you know what I mean? But if it's in acro mode and I have to be responsible for all of its movements, I'm crap.
I do all my whenever I build any quad, actually, I fly line of sight first. All my big quads, I fly line of sight. Every time I go out to fire it, I fire it up. I do some rips, just a little bit of rip in front of me, line of sight, and then I land it, disarm, and put my goggles down and take off. Like in the beginning of the day, every day, I always spend a little bit of time just checking everything. Because as you're building your X class, something goes wrong with one of them fucking things. You've got some issues potentially. Put a prop on backwards on that thing once, and then and then rip and watch that thing fucking eat. I mean, it's crazy.
Scared the shit out of me, that thought. Oh my god, far out.
I
double check that thing 8 times before I power it up because I'm just petrified of it. It took me when I was building it. It literally took me 2 weeks. After I'd finished building it, before I got the guts to plug the battery in and go, okay, is this thing going to burst into flames? Is it going to pop? I was petrified. just because of the amount of money, and it's still only on 6S. It's no different to my.
It's amazing that we can do stuff like that. That we can actually build a viable, aircraft on 6S, and it can rip. You know what I mean? That's so 2 of my macros are running 6S. I love it. It's a great place to be. But he's, and actually Aces Fulls told me some hilarious stories about, the worst possible outcome when the thing does burst into fire, man, and trying to put, he had one flip the fuck out. It was shooting flames out.
Set a forest on fire.
Dude, shooting flames out the ESCs, and it's it basically fucking went ape shit. And it's shooting fire, and he's stepping on it, trying to get the battery out, unplugged. It's
that sounds like a fucking nightmare.
I am guilty of putting a prop on backwards, and it will. A lot of that's honestly why.
Train in the house.
Anytime I change props, I do a line of sight check, and I've got to the point now where I can get the throttle up just enough, and I'll know. You know what I mean? I was something's not right, and I will back it off and disarm it and double check everything. But I blipped it, and the fucking thing it takes off, dude. It's fucking terrifying.
What a big quad like that would
it's terrifying.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I know, my KISS quads, when I put the orientation wrong, it'll just take off into the air.
Really?
And I gotta hope. Oh, dude,
yeah. Really?
Oh yeah. If you put if you have your motor orientation wrong, and you arm your quad, that shit'll just take off.
Wow. At least with Beta or Emu, it just does the boop, and then it just crashes right off the bat.
Yeah.
Splashes.
I've had my quads just fucking straight take off into the air, and I've had to catch it.
Well,
this conversation has
made
me doubt my X-Class build. I've checked it. I've almost hovered. I know it's, but this conversation has made me panic so much. I'm going to go and check the orientation.
I'm going to put this out here. It gets better. It gets better. The first time I built a big quad, I was like, it took me a little bit at first, but once I was like, once I knew it was good, it was over. It was completely over. I was like, but you always need to treat, more so with larger quads, you need to always treat a quad like a live hand grenade. Something could always go wrong, and with the Beast class stuff, I implemented a pre-arm switch. I do not run any of those quads without a pre-arm switch. It'd just be too easy, and you do not want one of those things going off on a.
I just recommend a pre-arm period.
I do now, but back in the day, I was like, I don't need a, if you're trying to do gravy flicks or some shit, you can't. It's hard to do it with a pre-arm, but
I can do it on my KISS quad.
I'm not saying you can't.
And
I have two-stage arming. I have two-stage arming. I don't yet. Okay, so I don't know
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, pre-arm.
That's what pre-arm is.
Two-stage arming. Yeah, and I do a momentary on the bottom of my controller. I run a Nirvana, so I have a bottom trigger finger switch, and then my top switch is my actual arm, and so I cannot. There's no way I could accidentally arm the quad. Ever.
No, me either. I have to pull my momentary switch up and hold it for 2 seconds, and then so you can't just flick it. You have to hold it up for 2 seconds.
Same with mine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Swift. I cut you off, buddy.
Oh no, it's all good.
He's notorious for it. So good. No,
we all are.
Half cutting my finger off with a bloody prop. Everyone's like, oh, you got to, it's pre-arm and you got a two-step and then whatever else. Now it's just a case of plugging and then two-arm run away really quickly. Those fingers out of there. So that's my pre-arm.
Well, for Demon, he's gonna run his S-Class. He's gonna put the quad in the middle of the field, jump in the car, rev about half a kilometer away from the car, and then check from a distance, and then arm it, and then.
Well, I've already said to Demons, if we're gonna go out and do this, right? You can set it and whatever else. I'm bringing the body armor. I've already upgraded the fire extinguisher in the back of the car. And I'm putting roof racks on just to fit it in the car. So there's been a lot of planning behind the scenes that he's not actually saying.
I told you, chill out. I've ordered one of those Mythbusters booths. We're fine.
The blast shield.
Blast shield.
We're fine.
Blast shield. Yeah, the blast shield with a fire extinguisher with a hose.
What's up, Red Smoke? It's just once you know it's good, you're gonna be fine, and
I think so too.
Just treat it with care, and respect, and you're gonna be fine. It's like
those anti-spark connectors make them nicer to plug in than normal quads. I mean, you plug it in, there's no pop. It just silently, and then the beat starts. Friggin', once you get
into the
field,
bigger
plug it
like
in.
when you get into the bigger higher voltage rigs, it becomes even more
Yes.
even more.
Yo, 6, 8S, you literally see the spark coming, it literally igniting from the connector inside. You literally see a spark, especially if it's like low light, you see the spark coming right from the plastic. It just shines right through it. So it's a little intimidating at first, but you get used to it.
That's why, you know,
unnerving.
AS150s, you know, super connectors. There's a bunch of good anti-spark connectors out there that you can use that will help eliminate that shit. I use XT90s on all my stuff now. Anti-spark XT90s.
Yeah.
You know what helps too for anti-spark?
The anti-spark.
You know, also anti-sparks too. That actually I thought it was BS.
something from
I did
Transformers?
the TVS dials mitigate a lot of the sparking. I've noticed, not a lot, but it mitigates it though.
Yeah, they're probably letting it bleed off the ground.
Spike, the FETEX spike absorbers are awesome.
Yeah, that's what I use. I use that with
I
a
use
cap,
those.
and but now everybody's making iFlight has them, Rush has them. They look a little more fancy and dandy. I think one of the sites has like a pack of 6 for like $6, where you get the cap, the adapter for the XC60, and the TVS dial built into it though for like $7, something like that to that effect.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal.
The
I mean, me
Allspark.
personally,
Thank you, John Sella.
what he said. The old spark.
The old
The Allspark. I was thinking of the Transformers when y'all said the
The
spark.
Allspark.
I mean, Artemis Prime. You know,
Anti-spark.
yeah, where's Spark?
Night Train
FPV?
FPV. That's why I have a pre-arm now, because one time I did that, my fat belly smacked that arm switch and chewed my hand to fuck the
Oh
pieces.
man.
Oof.
Yeah,
And
but
I
have
said,
you, has,
"Oh, pre-arm."
has your,
Well, and I was
has your quad give you a hickey?
the other thing I was
Oh,
going to say to Demons is about
Face hugger.
bigger
It fucked
quads. Bigger quads do not spin up like a 5-inch. So you know, if you have a hand in there and it does go on up, your arm will probably stop the motor. But once it gets up to speed, you're now dealing with a lawnmower. You know what I mean? And that's where where you got to really start being.
Well, I'm just not trying to test that theory.
I'm not either.
So
Nope.
fucking pre-arm for me. Y'all fucking live on the edge. Put your dick
Pre-arm.
right over that bitch. Whatever you want to do. For me, for this guy, pre-arm all day, all the way.
Every time I arm my quad or like plug my quad in while I'm sitting in my car, I'm like, it's like terrifying. It's like a wild animal that could just attack me at any moment. And I'm like, here, get on the roof of my car, go. Get out
I
of
mean,
here.
especially
Get out of here.
Especially like you know, Artie's a luthier. He works with his hands. You fucking chew your hands up in the middle of a quad flight, and you're fucked. You know, like
Man, I
can't
play- I'm a
afford that
guitarist.
shit.
I'm a guitarist.
Yeah.
I baby my
Exactly.
left hand. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Oof. Will
Shut
Brown.
up.
Sorry
Nothing
to,
like a motorcycle sprocket.
sorry to bring up
Yes.
some shit.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, Will Brown. Yes. Don't bring that story up.
I've
We're gonna bring it up anyway.
I've seen what a
Nothing beats
motorcycle sprocket
Ugh.
does, and I want no
Yeah.
part of it.
We thought
Yeah, bruh.
after and the pre happened. He will tell you the story one day. It's just ugly.
And don't say Pixar didn't happen, because I've seen the pics.
Yeah.
We see the picture. Ouch.
Right. So Tim, you're telling us you came up with RC cars and stuff, and it's like, where did you so you said you discovered the first quad? Somebody bought one. That's where you discovered your first quad.
Yeah. So my father-in-law bought some cheap, nasty Kmart shit thing, and he was all proud of it. So he was like, "Oh, I'm going to go out and do this," and I'm like, "All right." And I just went out with him and flew, and yeah, I think it was only a couple of months later, like I'd already ordered, my first
No, you said
5-inch quad, and
two and a
I
half.
just went from there.
2.5 years ago, where were you getting stuff from? China? That was your only option? Or?
Yeah. Because you didn't know, you just plug it into Google, and all of a sudden you got these Chinese websites. So it just kind of went down the Chinese rabbit hole type of thing, and then you kind of notice that there are local companies around, and you start buying bits and pieces from them. But to be honest, it's still predominantly Chinese websites that I can get stuff from, because they're faster and they're cheaper, and they've got what I want when I want it.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I do try to support the local guys as much as possible, they all do an amazing job. And I've bought pretty much from everyone, but the reality of it is they either don't have exactly what I want when I want it.
Mhm.
They want to charge me an arm and a leg for shipping, which I've still got to wait 4 weeks in
Mhm.
some cases, or their prices are sky high. So you just mix it up from where you can get it, whatever else.
I mean, I still do that shit, and we have plenty of options in the US.
Yeah,
I
you
need
just gotta
something.
get it where you get it.
Yeah. I want it to come when I want it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to pay the most for it.
No, and that's the thing with a lot of the Chinese suppliers that I'm finding is that, you know, they've got them sitting there in stock, you know, and ready for sale before the Australian guys even get them landed and then put them on sale. You know, like, so I'll have it 4 to 6 weeks shipped, you know, 2 months before the local guys have even got their fingers on it. You know, don't even talk to me about, you know, getting some, you know, 51466s. You're not buying them anywhere local. Not in Australia. You know, so you're screwed as it is.
Well, Demons is lucky because you got APD down in Australia.
Well, I get that through Rising Sun,
right?
One of my sponsors. Yeah. So that, I think that's one of the reasons I started building the X. They all fly X class, and I was getting a bit of pressure to build it, and then I was chatting to a friend about it, and they sort of told me to go through and set up a fundraiser. And I just did it to see what's involved. And then all of a sudden it was live, and I'd received so much support from the community that I built it. So I need to get this thing. I need to get this thing up in the air to show the people and say thanks.
That thing's gonna kick ass. I can't wait to see that thing fly.
Well, let me ask a quick question for you guys, adding on to Asylum. So, which is quicker for you guys to get stuff from China or from another reputable, like, dedicated drone company shipped to Australia if you can't find it locally?
Well, I'll jump in first. I get all my stuff from Rising Sun FPV in Brisbane, which is the East Coast, and Buzz FPV in Perth. So that's like, I'd never source from anywhere else. So I'm good. I can't complain about shipping because if it's from Perth, it's 2 days. If it's from Rising Sun, it'll be express and it'll be 5 days. So I can't complain. Over to you, Fury.
Oh, it just kind of depends where it's coming from. Like, and especially with all the stuff that we've had on the East Coast now, just so you guys know, over on where we are, the main freeway with all our freight got washed away about a month ago, and our rail line that does it got washed away also. So the shelves have been bare for food.
Dude,
like the shelves in the supermarket have been empty just on basic food. Can you imagine trying to order props? That's not a priority.
Yeah, it's nothing's happening at the moment in Australia. Nothing's happening.
No. So it's just been really difficult, and now the East Coast is all flooded from north to south.
Pretty much everything goes through Sydney, yeah? Everything goes through Sydney? Yeah.
Generally, yeah. So you cut off all these, you know, major routes to us. It's just a pain in the ass. So sometimes it's just easier to get it straight from China. They drop it here in Perth and you're done. You know, so it's...
So take a note, guys, in the chat. Don't bitch about the local guys, you know, from KFEB, RDQ, or Pyro, any of the big major stores around us. You complain about you didn't get your package in a week. You guys wait a couple of weeks to get their package.
Yeah. Honestly, I waited for a frame off Broccoli that sent me one. It was 5 months. Jesus. Like 5 months from the US to me. Like, and I was on the East Coast at the time.
Yeah, it was
it was just crazy.
Well, see, this is interesting too, because Asylum does some Banggood orders, and you get your orders pretty quick, don't you, dude?
Yeah. So normally I get them between 10 days to 15 days on the East Coast, and then I'm usually waiting another 2 weeks over the West Coast.
I ordered from Banggood when I first started, and that was a 4-month wait.
Yeah, that was my
experience. I've heard those horror stories all the time, but I've just never had them.
No, totally different. It's just shit happens.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, wherever you're sourcing it from, and this is the thing that I've kind of come to realize is that I think with a lot of the Australian pilots, we may not be pushing quite as hard as what we could because we've got to wait for parts. So we do stuff something up. You've got to either have it in your own stock
Right. Or you're gonna wait.
Or you're gonna wait.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you end up with a shit ton of quads that you can just go, all right, well, I can put that one aside and I keep ripping. I'll put that one aside, keep ripping.
Right.
But the amount of spares that I've got now is just ridiculous. So now I'll, start pushing harder and harder. It's just,
right.
Yeah, it's bizarre. But it's also good to
Nice.
have, people like Leadbelly and Mark local and the rest of the Hellfire guys pushing, because they're just like, right, we're going, push, go, stop being a pansy ass, do it.
You guys are pushing each other.
And
yeah,
and it's good. It's a lot better to fly with other people than what it is to fly by yourself. I got to admit,
I agree.
Did that for
Yeah,
18
that'll
months,
help you
2
progress
years,
faster too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, watching other people in the goggles, you go, oh shit, I can do this, I can do that. I've swiped a couple of things off Mark and he's laughed at me.
I'm Mark.
But we have a good
Anyone
time.
who doesn't know, I'm Mark.
And so Mark, so were you into other hobbies? Like, tell us a bit about yourself and your background and how you got into FPV, how you found it.
Well, look, I'm the sort of person that has to be creative all the time. So I think when I decided not to play in bands anymore because I was getting older and just over it. I've been doing it since I was 16, like pretty full on. So I'm over it. I just wanted a break. So I started airbrushing. I got into airbrushing, Warhammer figurines, and then I started airbrushing pictures just to see if I could do it. I think here's my skateboard. So I don't know if I can show this. I'm
surprised you picked it up.
Yeah, no. So that's something that I airbrushed.
That's fun.
Nice.
It's fucking rad.
Seriously, that's rad, dude.
Can you pull them up full screen?
Nice.
Yeah, for the chat to see it. I mean, the chat to see it.
No, we
Very
need the
unelegantly.
airbrushed vagina. I mean, that's
So,
That is
That's awesome,
badass.
dude. That's
That's
fucking
awesome,
sick.
bro.
I like that.
thanks, man. So I've sort of got to be creative, and then I came across that video of it was the Chad Novak flying through the forest.
Right.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
not
I was
immersive.
So I went out and got myself a toy drone from Kmart and put one of those little camera VTX combos on.
Nice.
25 with the little dipole.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's how I got into FPV.
That's dope
Yeah.
as fuck.
Yeah. I just got to be. I've got to be creative. I've got to do something stimulating. Stimulates that side of me all the time. I've always got to be doing it. Whatever it is, airbrushing, manual arts, building shit, playing music.
Well, I mean,
Gotta be
and also for
I know.
FPV, if you're an adrenaline junkie, there's a way to get it without actually doing anything physical.
I gotta
You know,
put
that's sometimes I look at it.
Swift duck
Especially if you
down
have
here.
people. Especially if you have like an adrenaline background, if you went to like skateboarding or mountain biking or motocross, etc. Some people just can't do it no more physically
I think
or
that a
financially.
lot
the
of-
case it is.
Or
A lot
they've got
of
red
FPV
hair and they
pilots
can't
have
go
that
out in the sun.
background. I skateboarded for like
Video
15
or-
years, so
Did ya?
Yeah, and that's the other thing that, and it's exactly the amount of people that come out of skateboarding have come out of, all these other extreme sports, but their bodies just can't cope with it anymore. I was very similar, skateboarding, mountain biking, you name it, martial arts. You just get to a point where either work or life kind of get in the way, or your body just turns around and goes, no, you're not doing this, dude.
I reckon you
outta
can
here.
really see it in my flying too, because it's like I go down and then I go up and I do some sort of trick, and then I come down and do a little thing. I'll go up and do another trick. It's like I'm skating in a half pipe. I can't. It's really hard to break that flow and start flying other styles. I've found.
yeah.
Get
I
out
know
of the
that.
ramp, dude. Yeah.
I used to have that. I used to do that same thing.
Yeah.
But as we've all found anyway, like it was, I think a lot of us are all, slightly introverted to some point, and then we get into it and we love tinkering and we love, being busy with our hands and stuff. But then there's also that creative side. Like you end up going down a rabbit hole of editing, and you go down the rabbit hole of, either making
3D
the drone
printing.
look good or 3D,
3D
printing.
printing,
That was the other
yeah.
thing, like that was another thing that I was trying to get into before I got into FPV through where I worked. It just kind of all kept flowing and flowing and flowing. So before you know it, 12 months has gone, and you're like, you kind of okay at 3D printing and you're kind of okay at flying and whatever else. And I think I've kind of got to the point now where I'm need to start pushing on other levels, you know what I mean? And you start doing your edits just to put it out there, say, hey guys, look at this really cool thing that I'm doing. And then you want to go better and you want to do this and you want to do that. And it's just, it really has been an amazing rabbit hole of everything that's been going on. So, and then everybody else you meet along the way, it's just like, yeah, it's been crazy.
That's icing on the cake.
So
that's the addicting thing for me is the community. I reckon that's the thing that keeps pulling me back to Facebook and wanting to get online and interact. It's the community. The people are awesome. These guys are awesome.
How big is the scene in Perth specifically, as far as FPV?
Trinity, have a good night. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, see, you say that though, Demons, and yeah, I actually find it more. From my experience on the East Coast, I actually find it more, connective than what it is over on the East Coast. And yet you got a lot of big name flyers over on the East Coast, and yet you don't see them, you don't run into them, you don't talk to them. You know, like it's weird.
But it's less clicky.
Big country though.
Don't you find it's less clicky? Like maybe for you, maybe you're a nice person and people like and want to spend time with you.
I think so.
Yeah, like I'm a redhead. I'm a redhead. I should get used to that rejection. But
you would have been by now.
But I found. Look, it's taken me 2 years to get a small group of guys together that want to go flying. It's taken a long time outside the race club. The race clubs are fine. The race, you go to a race club and it's fine. You've got 20 guys that are instantly your friend. They instantly want to go flying with you. But the races,
because they want your props, nothing else, mate.
The races, they only want to race. So they only want to meet up at race days. So that limits you.
I got a question from John Solo to Asylum. How many pilots do you think there are around in Perth? 10 of you guys?
I'm only going to be rough guessing. Demons will probably have a better number, but I think that'd probably be a good couple of hundred. Spread out all over the joint.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
I think the numbers from what I've seen on the East Coast is a lot higher. But as I said, they're all lone wolfing it. You know what I mean? Like I think it's a similar scene with the races that they race. You got Thomas Bismarta that used to live around the corner, or Geary. She was just literally down the road, and these type of people, but they, they're doing their thing. You know what I mean? They just don't want to come and hang with some dude who's just bought some bloody wizard. Do you kind of blame him to a certain degree?
Speaking of wizards, what was your first quad?
X220.
X220.
X220 wizard.
Yeah, that was my first one.
That's like the
It's a lot of people's first one.
I know, right?
My biggest regret.
I think mine was a dead
I hated
cat or
that
something.
thing.
I think mine was a dead cat. It's the one that had the vertical plates that come over the top. I can't
really?
remember.
Cage, like a cage.
The cage,
It had the vertical plates that come over the top, but the rest was like a normal frame. But it had these curves, and I think there was
like a D quad.
Like a Diatone made one.
Oh, the
Diatone made one.
Yeah, but I got it off like a marketplace for $50 because they said that it had a blown motor. When I went to pick it up, man, I knew straight away, dude, that's a loose prop. Okay, no, I'm not shitting you, man. So here's your $50. I got this thing in the car, tightened it up with my hand, and went, I've just got a quad for $50. That was my first real FPV quad. So I had one big time, man. You can't get.
That's awesome, man.
Can't get better.
No.
But that was the thing, you turn around and buy these cheap ones from wherever, in my case, the X220, and everyone was, in the community, and you're like, I'm out flying, and you say you go an X220, and it's like, it's like you got cooties or something. It's like, just get out of here. And I'm like,
you know what it was? The wizard, though.
The wizard. So many people had a wizard, dude.
Because on paper, it sounds great. If you look at the specs on the wizard, it's great. But then when you fly, it flies like dog.
Well, but if you haven't flown before, I mean, it's the tits.
Yeah, for the first,
I mean, if you've never put your head in goggles before.
I don't know. That was pretty terrifying. The camera on there made
with
the
that
experience
fucking
horrible.
Was terrible.
That was the first thing that had to go. had
The
to go.
Absolutely.
The light to dark transition on that thing was just
Actually,
the worst thing ever.
Somebody came with
Horrid.
a
I thought all
camera.
FPV cameras were like that, so I was like, damn, this sucks.
Yeah, nah, I ditched that straight away and did a
It
couple
probably
other
came with a
minor
camera like
things.
this. If I can fucking show it. It came with a camera kind of like this. Like
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
the one.
Yeah, I've got that exact camera.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
it still
that's it.
works.
Dude, I remember when I switched from a camera like that to my first run cam, and I was like,
Yeah,
oh.
it was a game changer. The first good camera I had. I was like, whoa.
That was like the
Whoa.
first thing that I bought was a Run Cam Swift,
Yeah.
the Rotor Riot edition. Right
My-
when it
I had
dropped.
that one. I had
I
two of
remember
those.
when those came out. I remember when
Because
those
it came with
out.
the 2.5 or the 2.5 millimeter.
And it was already
fucking-
tuned.
Yeah, yeah.
What-
GoPro
So the rotor right was
lens.
tuned versus the stock Swift. Yeah, I mean it wasn't tuned that
It was
much.
the
but
first.
worked.
It was the first one with the updated light to dark shit.
Yeah.
That's
See,
just
like
dope.
what Asana was saying about like when you're in this hobby, you do get into that rabbit hole. And I remember when I started flying and I had that camera, which you can still also have it. I went the rabbit hole of like playing with cameras. So I went through like pretty much every manufacturer that was out at the time. And me personally, I settled on Caddx out of all the cameras I played with throughout the years, and I just like. That was it. But literally, every time you switch something, you open up another can of worms. Like, yeah.
It's not the
Well,
world
it
of
starts
learning all of
off.
a
It
sudden.
starts off as one hobby, and then it manifests into like 4 or 5 or 6 or 7
Same
different
structure.
little pieces of
Definitely.
hobbies that you have that all go into it.
And that was the thing. Like, and I think at some point, I think a lot of people may even get a bit overwhelmed by it all because they're like, oh, they go so deep in the rabbit hole that they can't see the sky again, and they're just like, no, I'm out. I can't deal with any of this. I'm done. Or they might touch on this and that here and there, because instantly, as we know, like you go from flying a couple of packs, wanting to share your videos. Oh shit! Now I got to get some video software. Oh shit! Now I got to
Yeah,
yeah,
work
it's
out how to
definitely a
put
rabbit hole.
a music track on it, or shit, I broke a little part. I need a 3D printer. Like, yeah. But
I'm still
Hey.
using Windows Video Maker for my edits, man.
dude, I'm
Hell
using
yeah.
my phone.
A lot of
No, it's
people.
fine.
are
that
gonna-
I did that for years. Using a phone. I mean, yeah, it works. I mean,
My only
granted,
issue with it was it crashed a lot.
depending
Yeah,
what software you use.
Good boy.
I got to admit, like, I'm not one to go updating every,
Oh,
every
sorry.
10 minutes.
Yeah,
Um,
no.
So to turn around and have only in the last week, I've updated everything, pretty much everything. My cameras, my this, my that, Emu, the whole kit and caboodle. And it is like night and day. It has been, and then I heard about, gyro flow and using that type of stuff. And once I realized, because I run the Runcam Orange 5,
Mm-hmm.
it was like, it's okay. But with the new gyro flow update
difference.
and the gyro data,
Big
you just run it
difference.
through gyro flow and it's night and day.
Mhm.
Like it
Yeah.
really is crazy different.
Yeah.
Are you starting to embrace the
And-
video side of it? And were you into editing before FPV or no?
Oh, here we go.
No.
No.
Yeah, so I wasn't into editing whatsoever. So
Neither of you.
it was just kind of that natural progression again.
And do you feel like you're embracing like all of that stuff more now because of FPV?
Absolutely. I love it.
I think that's the point. He's saying it's a part of the rabbit hole he went down.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
And
you
you
really
gotta
gotta
do it-
pace yourself
you-
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got to
Else
know
you'll
a
get
certain level
overwhelmed.
of it. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting your time to a certain degree, or you're not going to go to that next level.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, it's given me more confidence. I've played in bands since I was 16, like I said, on stage, and I don't feel like I've achieved anything in music. Like I worked really hard. I can play guitar pretty good, you know what I mean? But I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't achieved anything like I have in FPV.
We don't tend to record it as much, you know what I mean?
Oh,
So you
mate.
don't have as much of
Yes.
a record of what you were doing with your band or
No,
whatever.
that's-
Some nights have been
that's
ripping, but it's as a musician and artist, there's a lot of things that I've done. And I'm like, damn, that was just a moment in time, and it just, and if you were there,
Yes.
Yep.
it was special,
Yes.
and if not,
experienced it, great.
yeah,
That's true.
you know,
That
and,
is
all-
true.
my
Chuck.
whole
and there's something
experience with
beautiful about
music.
that as well, But
100%.
it's just but FPV, I mean, we're all tend to be rolling camera at this point. You know, generally speaking, you're rolling camera, recording DVR, something, and so like, and you were speaking of gyro flow, and I could go crazy on all these topics, but it's amazing to see where this technology is going. The fact that we're getting high-end camera stabilization based off drone gyros, which initially came from the fucking Wii controller. You know, I mean, that whole progression of where it, you know, the history of where it all started to where it's how shit's being implemented today. It's a pretty amazing time to be a part of FPV because of all the cool shit that's happening.
Shout out to Nintendo.
And you know, and a shout out to all of the developers out there, especially all the fucking open source guys that are just doing it for the love of making some cool shit, you know, like shout out to all the devs, you know, because without the devs, all the devs that are making Gyroflow and Betaflight and Kiss and Emu Flight, whatever the case is, none of we've all sitting around with our thumbs up our asses. You know what I'm saying? So like your quad feels like, you know, if it flies like awesome, it's the fucking shit. Like, yeah, just remember,
that's off.
China might be putting the boards together, but somebody's got to make it work. You know,
and those guys got to communicate with China to try to get their software to work with their hardware and vice versa. So it's literally
China just clones everything. It doesn't matter. Just make something cool, and China will make it.
I mean, look at example. Look at Express LRS. Open source started sometime in the middle of last year, and look at it right now. They got every possible configuration right now, and the software is still in the premature stages of it. So let's show an example how fast and progression a lot of the hardware and software has been changing in the last weeks or months or even less than a year. So, you know, I always tell people, you know, when you're dealing new in the hobby, don't get mad because something doesn't work. It is going to work for you. It's just a matter of taking your time and implementing, you know, hours in there. Shut up.
Fucking hell.
This is the thing with Australia being like, you know, so far behind. We're 12-8 months behind before we can actually get our fingers on a lot of stuff. So by that stage, you guys have already dealt with it. You've already sworn at it, thrown it against a brick wall, and then come back to repair. You know, so we just come along and go, yoink, we'll take that, thanks.
Plus,
you know, and off we go. So
plus a dingo ate my baby. You know?
Dingo ate my baby.
Yeah, and by the time we find that dingo and that baby, it's a pile of shit sitting in the corner, and we're just picking out the parts we need. You know, so
I like
get
that
past
analogy.
the corn and you're fine.
Get past the corn and the collards.
First, you have to fight
That
through.
should be a bumper sticker. Get past the corn.
Fight through the emu. Oh shit! Oh,
that's popping. 33 people watching. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is really
32
fun.
watching, 34 likes. That's where I like
that
it to
ratio. Let's go.
Likey.
Wakey.
So you get notifications when we come on.
So what are you guys flying these days? Like, what is your gear? What is your main rigs? What all do you have? Let's start with Asylum.
Oh, start with Asylum. All right.
Yeah, I'm really happy with this is going to go all funny. But yeah, the Kin ISO, that's kind of what I'm rocking at the moment. That's
what is
I've
it?
been dialing and getting it all silent. The Kin FPV ISO.
Right on.
So
nice.
And where are they based out of? Because I'm not familiar with it, to be honest.
Vegas.
In Vegas?
Yeah.
Based out of Vegas, veteran owned, I think, is what I just see in the chat.
Throwing their link in the chat.
Shout out to all the vets in the chat.
Check out their website. They have some really nice frames.
Yeah,
I'm about to check it out right now. Not any other frames, but still. Oh, that's
Derek
pretty.
and Rebecca are killing that with that, and we're happy enough.
Oh, this is the one that's got the aluminum plates on it.
Yeah, the titaniums
and the
aluminiums
plates.
Oh,
yeah,
that's awesome.
They're going to be epically strong. That's for sure.
And I mean, not for nothing.
I mean, they've been recycled.
I haven't built a 5-inch quad in ages, so I mean, it's not like, you know, or a smaller quad. You guys got any large quads? Because I would be all over those large quads. If you don't have large
aluminum frame,
I saw that. That's amazing. Yeah. If you don't have any large quads, let's talk large quads.
You like some big.
We like them large.
Big.
Large.
Oh yeah, the aluminum frame looks dope.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks, ooh.
I like the style.
The stretch X, yeah, the styles are nice, man. The website looks really nice as well. And how the fuck have I not seen this before? I'm really
same.
bro.
like, I feel bad. Like, this is cool.
Under the radar.
I was lucky
Yeah,
enough
y'all
to
are under the
just-
radar. What's up?
I was
Race
lucky enough
frame
to
is
just be
dope as
sponsored
shit,
by
too.
Ken FPV, so I'll be flying the Clio V3, I think it is.
It looks dope as a
That's-
race frame. Like it
That's
seriously
sick
looks
ass frame.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm probably going
Yeah.
to try
Nice.
out one of these.
That's a nice.
That-
Shout out
That's
to you
nice. I
guys.
like that.
Go check out
Yeah.
Ken FPV or
That
Ken,
Clio is
Big
nice.
frames.
Oh, that's a racing frame. You can freestyle that bitch, bro.
Absolutely.
That stretch
100%.
X,
yeah,
that stretch
absolutely.
X would be sick
like
for
that
racing
stretch.
for sure.
Yeah, it looks delish.
Yes, it does.
Look,
I
I
dig
was
that.
running the Clio B1 and that was tight. That was
Yes.
really, really tight. And
Yeah.
it's a really tight frame. So yeah, they're only going to get better from there.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm
I think
flying a
with the V3
V1.
once we see them. So
Is that
I'm flying a V1
Atlas a bit
now.
smushed?
Same thing.
Is it smushed?
yeah, it's a bit smush.
Bit smushed?
Little smush.
It's a bit smushed.
I like
Shabbat
that the
smush.
Chronos. It looks nice.
The Cronus is nice.
I like the fact that everybody's kind of keying in on one frame they really like. That's awesome.
Look,
That's
it's kinda
dope.
funny
That's
because
good.
you
I mean,
notice
that's a
people-
good thing. You guys got a good selection.
Yeah,
That's dope.
Yeah, you
Ooh,
find
that's
people like
nice.
the Atlas and they'll just go through the Atlas range and they'll like the Chronos over the Atlas or whatever else, or the ISO. Like everyone's got their thing and there's enough
Mhm.
options, I think, there. So you can kind of tweak it up and do whatever you want with it. So
And then my
yeah,
other favorite quad is the Revenant from Rising Sun.
I love your
That
Revenant.
thing.
Yeah, I think it's awesome.
yeah, that's just
That is so
nasty
sick.
beast.
Now,
That's a nasty print.
Mm-hmm. So it's all printed.
are you
yeah.
Demons? Are you racing?
Yes, I'm racing. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm racing both this and the Clio V1 at the moment.
Mhm.
The Clio V1 is a little bit faster for me, like actually quite a lot faster for me.
Mhm.
But this is
But what was my comment?
yeah.
What did
know.
I tell you? Is
Yeah,
this
I
thing
know.
slow?
I
And he
know.
comes zipping past me.
Yeah, but this is, I find that this flies really smoothly, but it's really twitchy for me around the flags because it's like this. Yeah,
Yeah.
This is super stretched X. A normal frame comes up to here. This one goes right up there. So it's like.
What angle are you at right now?
I think that's probably about. That would be at least 40 there.
Gotcha.
Like, that's like
Yeah,
a
40,
fucking
40,
awesome
maybe
wall.
45. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck landing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I think
try 48.
I
48.
think-
Try 48. That's
Oh,
48.
jeez.
And that was,
Oh,
that was
dang.
I love those
fucking
frames.
crazy.
That's a crazy frame. I love to collect crazy frames, and that's a dope.
That is-
frame.
that is
I
one of
those
them,
frames,
yeah.
I've
The
got a bunch of
DCL
crazy frames that I've collected over the years. I mean, what I was going to say though is about the stretch is, and that's the reason why my 10-inch stretch X is really high angle. Keep working on getting your angle up with that thing, because then your cornering is gonna.
Oh, it's going to be like that.
Yeah.
Rails.
Yeah, it's like
It's
you're
going to be.
standing up.
It's going to be all
All roll.
All
all
roll.
rolls.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the higher you go, the less your rotation changes
you're
from
not
using
gonna
yaw
use-
to roll. It's gonna be more roll and less yaw.
You flip past 45 basically. Once you get around 45 and up, you start flipping more to roll, and then you're just barely using yaw. And so I started as a racer originally as well, and I actually ended up for myself, I ended up lowering my pitch rate actually versus my roll. I don't run; they're not the same. I run less pitch rate because once I get up the plane, I want to be less likely to really fuck with my attitude on pitch, because I'm almost entirely using roll at that point. And I would run really high yaw because I'm always maintaining throttle control, and if I do need yaw, I barely want to move it. Because because
that yaw becomes like pitch almost.
Because
yaw becomes like a pitch in some degree.
It's you're rotating this way when you get that high. I mean, but I feel you because as you get used to high angle, that roll is going to feel really twitchy, and I ultimately ended up lowering my rates considerably the higher I went up.
I'm still working my way up with racing. I've got a long way to go. 1 month I'll fly really pretty good, but at the moment I'm flying like terrible. So I really don't want to go down to the race club. What I want to do is I want to set up gates at a local park and get my mojo back. Then I'll go back, because it just sucks. I hate crashing out and having to wait for the fucking race to finish to go out and get to my quad. I hate it.
Last week you mentioned that you don't do sims. You're not running sim?
I can't. This computer is probably almost on fire just running this sim call, buddy.
Oh man, we have to try to help you out, man. We got to get you rolling on a sim. Fucking because to be honest, like, because we do liftoff sessions in Discord regularly, and as you saw last week, we did our first live game of quad and liftoff, and my point is, like, for racing, I really feel like sim practice is so fucking beneficial. Beneficial.
I can't do my practice. I can't do my practice out in the racetrack when people are racing. I can't do it. It doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't feel like It doesn't feel comfortable. I've got the race counters going on and drones friggin' flying everywhere. I can't hear my drone.
Right.
And I should be able to hear my drone, because I won't be able to on a race day.
Right.
But when you're sort of getting your flow, you need to be at one with what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
And every time you feel like you can't go fast enough, up your angle and then spend some time getting used to it. And that's, that's...
Yeah, I usually go up in 10-degree increments until I hit about 55, 60. And then just sit there.
Well, like I said,
I think 50 is about my comfortable.
The beast I have is fixed 55, but when we play liftoff and I'm racing, I hit 70, 80 almost, like, ultimately.
I've noticed a diminished return after a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
that 50, AKA follow me, and you got a big FU because he's at 20% throttle and you're doing fucking 90 and you can't keep up.
I would have to disagree with that one. I think there's a diminished return until you actually get the muscle memory to adjust for whatever the change you're making, and I think the higher you go, it takes longer. Because some of the fastest guys in the world are running really fucking high angles. In terms of this, especially the liftoff guys.
Like, you find a lot of the guys are running around 60s, but the stupid thing is, 'cause I do a lot of DCL, and a lot of the pro guys are sitting there saying, well, 48's good for me, 52 is good for me. You don't hear a lot of people actually going above 55, 60 anymore, which is bizarre, because they'll be on a different sim and they're running, 55, 60 every day of the damn week. And I'm like,
maybe because the track layouts, I mean, a lot of the DCL and DRL maps are long, so you need the space to catch up to the next following gate. If you're running lower tilt, it takes longer for you to reach those gates.
I think there's
I find that on DRL definitely. But DCL, you get a lot of tracks that all of a sudden they're very tight. So
that's what I was going to say. I think it depends. The technicality, the tightness and technicality of the actual course makes a huge difference in your maximum angle. In a course where you're going to be able to stretch your legs, you can get all the way up there. And the fastest guys I know, like in liftoff, that are steady winning the competitions, they all tend to be running 60, 70, 80. You know what I mean? Ultimately,
fucking 80. Like, really?
80.
But they're also playing with their field of view considerably. They're changing their field of view. They're going really wide, getting a really wide field of view, and so it's a combination of a few settings in the video setup. But I've talked to a couple of those cats, and I was just like, geez. And so I usually max out at 70. Personally, yeah. Because usually
I fucking max out at like fucking 30.
But that's mad quad control. Because when you're up that high, it's all throttle. You're not slowing down. You're not.
Right. Yeah.
It's all throttle. So it's
all the way.
Yeah. So you've just got to.
You're running a considerably more throttle all across the board, but the cool thing is, as you're digging in that hard, you're no longer worried about ballooning in a corner. You're not going to balloon up because you're literally just pulling yourself. Yeah, you're pulling yourself around the corners. And then, like, for me, like we were talking last week, it's like I punch, like, if I see a turn coming, I'm going forward, and then I drop throttle, rotate, and punch as soon as I clear the gate. So I basically rotate to the next gate I want to be going to, and as I see the gate go past me, I literally punch throttle and pick up and go. And it's literally a quick little blip. It's just like, it's like blip, turn, go. And
Tim's a little better at me than that at cornering. He doesn't balloon as much as I do. I don't balloon a lot, but he's a little bit tighter.
Well, that was the thing I had to learn is even without high angle, I had to dig in on turns. Otherwise, I would balloon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Tim.
And that was the biggest thing the biggest thing that I found with, spending 18 months on DCL is that with those ones, you've got a pre-turn. And it's the same thing when I built the actual, the 7-inch racer replica, is that because of the canopy and the way it sits, it's like a sail. So if you have to overcorrect that by turning in early, and to get that flow and keep that momentum and keep that line. And I think that's kind of transitioned to when Demons and I were race training, is that, and that's why he was ballooning and whatever else, but I already had that to kind of, right, this is where I am, this is my point, I'm going to turn in now. And those extra couple of milliseconds, makes a big difference. So
it makes a big difference.
You always have to be thinking a couple gates ahead. Like what you know what I mean?
All the time. Shout out to my Hellfire team.
Shout out Team Hellfire. Woo! Excuse me.
Ass.
So did you start as a racer, Demons, or did you get into racing later?
No, I actually started as a freestyle pilot, and I would consider myself a freestyle pilot. I started racing because I wanted to get better, and you shouldn't dislike one part of the hobby. As far as I'm concerned, you know what I mean. You should be open to the whole thing, or appreciate the whole thing. So I went out to the racetrack to try and get tighter and more control, and then I kind of got addicted. And I sort of won a trophy, and then I got a little bit of a racing ego, and then went back for more and more and more. And then I had a really shit state titles and broke everything, and thought, oh, fuck you, racing. So that's basically my racing journey. But I'm going back to racing. I'm getting back. I really do love it. It just frustrated me there for a while, and cost me a lot of money around Christmas time when I didn't have the money to fix the drones. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It just sets you back.
Absolutely.
It just sets you back. So I'm getting back. Sorry, mate, but I'm getting back on the track now. I've got these Clio V3s coming. So you better watch the fuck out. Basically,
bitch.
Better watch the fuck out. I was gonna say it's important, I think, and I didn't realize it when I first got into it. Is like how important it is to have a couple of the same quad, basically.
Exactly.
And like even when I was racing, and I would race I'd have a couple different things, but at least I knew I was like, I need to take at least 2 or 3 working quads to go race if I'm going to even last half the day or whatever the case is.
Yeah, but if you've got one True X and then one stretched X, and you have to swap over, man, you're trying to learn. You're still a beginner racer. You're not doing yourself any favors.
No, that was one thing. Most of my starting quads were stretch. So when I got into racing, I had a couple different stretch X quads, but yeah, it was a thing, because then you're like looking at you look at the table next to you, the guy's got 5 fucking identical quads, and it's like, oh yeah, it makes it so much easier when you blow a motor to switch one or something, you know what I mean? Because everything's the same shit. Are you gonna race the X class?
That's what it's built for. Look, the other reason I got into X Class too is because I wanted to help inspire an X Class league in Western Australia, because there is no X Class league in Western Australia. The other states have a league, and they all participate in the World Championships and all the Australian titles and stuff. But West Australia doesn't. There's no league here. There's no club. There's nothing. So I just wanted to help try and start that. So to build the X Class and then take that down the club and do some slow laps in front of those guys. Once they see it flying and hear those props spinning, they'll be like, holy shit, I've got to get one of these. So and it wasn't as expensive to build as you might think. It really wasn't. It's kind of expensive going to keep it running. Props are about $80 a set.
Yeah, props are the worst part of large quads. I mean, and I can only imagine what you guys have to pay down there. But I mean, they're expensive in America. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
now that Demons
I'll
is
keep my
actually giving you
$3
the
packs.
spiel on. Yeah. Now that Demons is giving his, spiel on X Class and whatever else, let's get to the real nuts and bolts of why he's built that bastard thing. We've got a lot of room here, and we're only a couple of hours from the site of, the Great Emu War of 1932. He's got a family vendetta to take out as many of those suckers as possible. He's going to use that bloody monster quad to cut all their heads off in one hit, right? He's got a vendetta.
I mean,
going
I
on.
figured that was
You guys
the
have
real
been-
reason.
You guys have been planning for years.
it's a revenge.
Yeah,
thing,
revenge.
I mean,
32, mate.
not for nothing. It would probably do a better job than a fucking machine gun that you guys were trying to use the
that didn't
first time.
That was terrible.
There's one fucking guy has got it on his shoulder, and there's another guy in the back trying to shoot the fucking emu.
But the question to Demon is, if he does run the X class, is he gonna run Emu? Because that kind of becomes.
Well, yeah. So where's the
there,
I know Asylum just flashed EV. So like, where's the conflict of interest here? What's the situation?
That's why we're using Demons. Like, you can take as many heads as possible. I can sit back in the background and just fly my Emu float. It's all good.
You might
I'm not
be
killing
thinking-
him with it.
You can name your quad Ironic Death and then take out as many emus as you can with it.
Ironic death.
It's named Invictus, which kind of means it can't be beaten. So it's called Invictus.
Yeah, that's what they said in
Bam.
32, mate.
Hey,
The emus
Exactly.
won.
butter comes from emus.
You're such a
Risco.
dickhead.
We need to call a certain number of emus because we need some more butter.
You're such a
Emu
dickhead.
butter.
You're funny.
How are
smeared
you
on
liking
myself.
emu though?
Are you digging it? Yeah.
Yeah, I've put it on 3. So I put it on 3 of my quads. So the Nazgul, the ISO, and I can't remember what the other one is. Really liking it. It was good. The presets was straight on. I'm a bit lazy in that respect. I thought, well, if it's going to work with the preset, it's going to work. I ran it straight stock tune and everything. Yeah, they've all been great, to be honest.
Wicked.
I was having some issues with the ISO. Was coming down after some tuning. It was getting a bit hot, and I was still getting a bit of prop wash and a bit of shit here and there. But yeah, with Emu, it's been fine. Motor's coming down cool, pushing hard.
It's interesting because a lot of people have been able to take a troublesome quad and throw emu on it and have it fly all right. If somebody they're flying a different firmware and they have a problem with heat or something. And I mean, everything I think needs a bit of tuning, but I think out of the box, there's just certain things that seem to just gel better with certain quads.
Just work. Yeah. I think also with the combination of the slightly larger motors on it and the 52 props, that was a little bit different from what I'm used to. Instead of being, the 2207s that were all,
What's on it?
5s that were all kind of 2309.5s.
2309.
The iFlight Cybers, so the bigger Cybers.
Gotcha.
That's a weird number.
19,000 kV. Yeah, so they're actually a really nice motor. I really like them, but I think with that and the combination of the 52 prop, I wasn't kind of used to it, to be completely honest. So yeah, I needed something that was going to tweak that out. So, but I'm actually
Have a good night, Butcherfly.
No, dude.
Good night, dude.
Have a good night, brother.
But I'm liking it, and I like the Nazgul the way it was pretty much, and then flash that, and that's so much smoother as Demons can tell.
Nazgul has become the wizard. I've noticed that.
Yeah, and it's just a V1.
Why you gotta call his Nazgul a wizard, man? That's fucked up.
It's become the new wizard.
No, it
I'm the new
hasn't.
wizard.
Every forum, and you hear like maybe 70% of people there. I just got Nazgul.
Nothing will touch how bad the wizard was.
Oh no.
There was some bad parts of the wizard. There's no doubt about it. I don't know how long the first VTX actually lasted. It's like a couple packs, and then the VTX is gone.
Oh, really? Oh, man. That's terrible.
Yeah, I think that was the first thing that died on it on me.
Fucking all my friends that had a wizard had VTX problems.
Just go away.
Everybody had a VTX problem, and then a motor maybe, or the fucking ESC.
Or the frame looks brolic, and then you look at the frame and it, oh no, I had people that used to break the frame on just hovering it, they just lose control or just desyncs and crashes and the fucking carbon just splits. I'm like, ow. But the Nazgul has replaced the wizard.
But you got to give them their place at the end of the day. Like it being a user-friendly, off-the-shelf flyable, right? You get people that then all of a sudden will turn around and start, building their own, or give them the confidence to change that part, so they end up building their own. And I've got to admit that's where I've ended up. So
right,
and I've had the confidence to do it without,
well, and some people just don't enjoy the build part, right?
No, they don't.
Like some people just want to fucking fly, and I am all fucking game for that. You know what I mean? Like there needs to be that, and that helps get more people in the hobby, which is all.
Took me a year before I built my first quad. I was all buying and flies until then.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
I built my first quad.
Started fucking building my own quad.
I had to build my first quad. They didn't have the wizard yet.
They did not have the wizard yet. Nope.
I bought the wizard.
And the one at we had a couple at like the hobby store near us, but they were like fucking $600 or $700.
Right.
I bought one of those fucking Vortex Mojos. I
had
one of those for a little while. That was a fun quad. It was way better than the wizard. Still, camera still kind of sucked though.
Had an area.
That was the immersion, right?
Yeah. And then I bought an Emax Buzz after that, and then that was my last bind and fly I ever bought. I've been building them since.
I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah, I didn't either.
And turn around in the FPV community and have BW, before Wizard and after Wizard.
before Wizard.
BD, BC, AW.
It was the year.
It was the year 2020 AW.
20 AW.
I like that.
It was the year.
Never did I think. When the wizard came out,
it was the year.
Set the tone.
2016 BW.
I'm just happy to see people out there ripping. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
I don't care what you're ripping or what you're doing. If you put those goggles on, man, we're down.
I mean, yeah. I think ultimately,
you're happy.
It's a challenge though for some folks because, like, some people that are flying other quads bought the DJI FPV quad and knew what they were getting into, right? But then there's also people that saw that at Best Buy and are like, holy fuck, I'm gonna get this quad, and then they just literally smash it in the wall the first day, and it's just like like a dead octopus.
You're going out and spending $1,200 on the first run that you buy, and that's what you do.
That's what people know, though. Like the general populace, that's what they know.
I mean, you got Google at your fingertips. You have more information than you've ever had directly next to you. If you fuck that up, I'm sorry, I feel nothing for you.
It's on you.
Customer came in and bought the DJI FPV drone.
I laugh.
And I'm sitting there. I'm like, "You gonna get the protection plan on this, right?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Bro, you're gonna crash this thing immediately. Have you ever flown FPV before?" He's like, "No." I was like, "Hey man, I'm a salesman, but like I'm all for like, yo, this thing is not for you if you've never flown this thing before. Go fly a simulator or something like that. Like this is not what you're expecting." And he's like, "It's not."
I just think that what people know from Google is they type in drone and they see DJI, and I mean, and that's the thing. It's like because people don't know what FPV or even line of sight. A lot of those people, unless you're coming from the RC hobby,
Well, I mean, when I got started, I didn't either.
Well,
so what did I do?
Well, I knew line of sight, and I knew a few cats throwing cameras on shit. There's even cats throwing cameras with transmitters on fucking helis at one point, and I just never. At the time, it just was like, what, But then, yeah, I mean, when and then drones, the first drone I ever saw back in like 2008 or something, was a fucking, the airframe was $15,000. I was like, there's no way I'm buying that right now. You know what I mean? And then time goes on, and it's like, okay, DJI comes out, whatever, and then, like I said, my buddy Ryan turned me on to FPV. I had no fucking idea it existed, zero, and I was actually into drones and cinematography shit. No idea FPV even existed, and I'm like, wait a minute. So you're telling me you put on goggles and you can see what the camera sees? He's like, yeah, and I'm like, fucking sign me the fuck up,
3 months here in Australia to actually start getting Google to actually the algorithm to realize that you're in Australia and you're typing in FPV and you don't mean Ford performance vehicles. You know what I mean? Because that's what we get.
Yeah,
that's interesting. That's really interesting, actually.
Some Ford Falcons over there.
Yeah, that's exactly what comes up.
Exactly. And you get past all the FPV forums about, I slapped a turbo on my bloody, Falcon. It's just like, piss off, mate. I want to see how to wire this camera in.
What's really
I don't want to know how you about your turbo.
What's really funny is when you like the admin of a Facebook group, FP, and then you get people that want to join.
Yeah.
And their profile picture is a Ford, and you know straight away you don't know what this group is, mate. This is a quadcopter group, not a car group.
There was an Australian Facebook group that I went into. One of their entry questions was, what does FPV stand for? And at the bottom, they give you a response turning around and saying, thank you for not being a Ford fan. You may enter. And I'm like, okay, cool. These guys got a sense of humor and they get it. And it's bullshit.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
That's a good one as well.
It's the algorithm, yeah. Don't mind me. I'm a big car head, so I follow a lot of the Australian races. You guys just bananas with your cars out there, bro. You guys and New Zealand guys are just on some different level when it comes to turbo systems with your big ass, huge intercoolers with no grills in the front, or some big T80 size turbos on small little I would say like a Mazda Gemini or something to that effect, or a Cosmos. And you just got
and fucking rhubars.
Fucking I was watching a video. This video's old, but this guy had like I don't know if it was a Mazda, it was a Cosmo, I think it was, and this guy took off, and he must have gone through 3 gears on one wheel, because as soon as you drop the gear, the car will lift up, and it's not on 2 wheels, or one wheel. So every time you shift gear, be like first one wheel, second gear, go up one wheel, and he does like halfway to the track before the car hooks, and then you see the car take off. I was like,
built tough.
Balls. Built tough, exactly.
Honestly, the New Zealanders are worse than us to a certain degree. Australians love their V8s and whatever else and got into that. But the New Zealanders love turning, they import everything, and they import a lot from Japan. So all of a sudden you're getting little Hondas that are absolutely blown off their nut, and they're taking on Lamborghinis and stuff like this and killing it.
I mean, not for nothing.
That's
You guys have no shortage of space down there. Fucking
No, we don't.
True.
No, we don't.
So I mean, it's kind of cool to get out there and just let it raise hell. You know, it's pretty amazing. But
every Saturday night around the corner.
Have you guys got any?
Check chat.
Any fucking drone regulations down there? Like, have they done anything like that down there? Any any issues?
No, we can. No, there's not like your FAA rules that have just come in. How you have to register your drones and all that sort of shit. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
No, bugger all. We can't fly within so many meters of an airport. We've got a 30-meter rule with soft targets.
Right.
Just it's pretty basic safety, normal safety shit, man. But you can fly your drone anywhere as long as you've got a spotter, maybe. And do you know what I mean? If you don't have a spotter, just don't tell anyone.
Right.
And don't fly past yourself where the camera can see that it's just you.
You're by yourself.
And pretty freaking simple.
And do you guys, what are the organizations in Australia? Like, are there any modeling organizations, racing organizations that are pretty well established as it stands? What do you guys have down there? We have the AMA here. I don't know if you have the equivalent, like the American Modelers Association in America, and then obviously we have multi-GP. I don't know if there's multi-GP chapters in Australia or not.
No, there's not.
No, there's not. We've got the AWA, which handles most of the RC stuff in our state. And I've been to a few committee meetings, and it's basically a lot of older guys that just love to talk planes. Oh man, fucking hell! And when they start talking about training regulations and who's allowed to,
they're all ex-pilots too.
It goes on for hours and hours and hours, and it's just the non-stop shit. And then they'll go back over it all again. It's like, oh my god! And then so you finally get your chance. Then you finally get your chance. Yeah, it is. And then you finally get your chance to say, it's we're thinking about holding a competition. We want to put in for $1,000. We're asking for $1,000 grant. Okay, we'll let you know. We'll have to have a big talk about it. Then you look on the thing and they've got like $80,000 just sitting in the bank. You can do it. You can do it. You can do $1,000 for the drone people. Fucking hell. No, we want to keep it in the bank in case we have... What are you going to...
They need more tea and bickies, mate. That's what they need. They need more freaking tea and bickies. Mate, they're seriously horrendous for it. And that's the biggest problem, I think, is that we don't fit the demos over here. That's the thing. You know, we're not sitting around, we're not retired pilots, and we're not, you know, wanting our team bickies, for God's sake.
The race club that I'm in, West Coast Multi-Roaders, was one of the first FPV clubs in Australia. Cool. So they were pretty groundbreaking, and I think they helped a lot of the other ones get started. No,
were they over Eastside?
No. But these guys have started right at the beginning, and I'm pretty sure they helped like Melbourne FPV and Eastside FPV. They helped. I'm not saying they helped them like, but you know what I mean. They all worked.
No,
they all worked together to get started. No, I think that they've been around for a long time. They've been around for a long time. So they're pretty groundbreaking. But like I said, we haven't got an X-class league here, and that's what I'm trying to get started on. Something like that.
Absolutely. Really cool. And so where did Team Hellfire come from, and what's the story, and what are you guys up to with Team Hellfire? For those that don't know.
So our Team Hellfire started with Crimson Ghost, Broken Sky, Asylum, Jimmy Freak, and me. What we wanted. We all had revenants and evil looking quads. That's basically what it was. And I started this page so that we could just share photos. Right. And we got in chat and we just clicked, and it was like the chat was electric, and the team started itself. Kind of, do you know what I mean? It just started off as a page, but the team started itself. And within a week and a half, we had like an intro video, our kick-ass intro video, done by Broken Sky. Jesse had started making some Hellfire merch, and it just took off and took off and took off, and it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And now I should let the other guys jump in chat and talk about this, but what they're doing is we're sponsoring 2 events: the West Coast Throwdown, the West Coast Throwdown, and the FPV Fest that's coming up. The drone adventures one.
Drone adventures, yeah.
Drone adventures, yep. So and Crimson Ghost, aka Jesse, or the other way around, is working his butt off creating merch, Hellfire merch, tumblers.
Was already taken.
Shirts, like he's going crazy. So so yeah, I'm really.
If you guys want to jump in,
and jump in, guys?
What's Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Did we get his list? I'm sorry, Artie. I'm spacing. I'm an idiot. Did you go through all your gear with us, Demon? Sorry, before we get totally sidetracked.
That's all right. I talked about my quads. I did tell you about my quads. So the Revenant.
Right.
The V3. I'm still flying an Apex for freestyle because.
Why the hell not?
Well, I love
an Apex fan. He flies the Apex.
I'm funny with my quads, man. I literally fall in love with my quads, like my Revenants and my Clios. I sort of have a love affair with them. My wife catches me in the bathroom with my pants down and the quad in one hand. So what I like to give my Apex shit. If I'm gonna try a move or learn something or work on something, I'll put my Apex through the ringer, and keep my nice quads all beautiful. I still fly them heaps. I still give them shit. Don't get me wrong. But if I want to push myself out of the comfort zone, I'll use my Apex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then I've got my X class, which I've just built, and I'm still flying a Tyrannus radio, and I've got my Attitude V3s, V5s.
Look at those sick.
Nice.
That's fucking awesome.
Sick.
Analog
Dude,
for the win.
if you have the STL for the horrors, I wouldn't mind taking a print of those.
Fueled Fury in the chat can help you out, mate. The guy that printed these for me is in the chat right now.
Oh.
Fucking horns.
Let me get those.
Yeah.
STL. Who was that?
Fuel Fury.
Hell Fury.
Fueled Fury FPV. He's one of our newest members to the Hellfire team. He's one of our newer pilots. He's another Australian pilot. We've also got Josh and Bullfrog.
Yeah.
And Lead Belly. I said Lead Belly. But,
So
it's growing. We're growing. We're almost up to 10 people now, eh? That's
Oh
amazing.
yeah, that's awesome, man. Well,
So
it
you guys
seems
ever
like you guys have a lot of fun and push it pretty hard.
do you ever have issues trying to find a place to fly or anything, or is it just because it's so open, it's just like easy peasy?
Yeah.
And like, how do you
Yeah.
find spots to fly? Like, is it just like,
Well,
Lead
I
Belly.
gotta give it
Lead
to
Belly
Lead Belly.
FPV.
yeah?
Yeah. I mean, he's been scouting the best spots. All the videos that I've made in the last, I don't know, month are spots.
Or he
that
did local FPV Google Maps coordinator
Yeah.
pretty much.
He's really good, dude. He's found all these wicked bandos and the crane that we got. He
found it. He's your scout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's my scout.
Nice.
Is your forward
It's
scout?
always good to have one of those.
He's that guy driving around the streets going,
Yeah. That's literally what he does. He spends his Saturdays just driving around. Like he'll drive right up to the hills, like 80 k's away, and just keep driving.
Just need a little bush plane. Go fucking. Hey, what's over there?
Pull the cord.
or have you on a paracord and just go up there and you can like scope it out like this.
Well, we've got B-Rad FPV, who's an airline pilot, and when he's taking off and landing places, or sometimes he'll be like looking over and he'll see something, and he'll check the map and basically
B-Rad's
pin
an airline
it
pilot?
and check it. Yeah, B-Rad's an airline pilot. Yeah, so like he's literally spotted sites from the plane, from the jet.
What spots he's been to or spots he's going to?
Both.
Both, yeah.
I got to be
It's
pretty
cool.
lucky in that respect because there's little parks everywhere. Like I can literally walk out across the road and do a Holy Potassium, walk back in. You know, that's awesome. If I
Nice.
want a bigger park, it's 5 minutes down the road and you watch
Literally.
the occasional dog walker. But if you want
Literally.
dope spots, like, yeah, Lebelly's been able to nail them. And they're, you know, there has been some 4 o'clock in the morning, you know, starts to get to some of them. But, you know, they've definitely been worth it, and the days have definitely been worth it.
Do you get many? Do you get many bandos?
Lead Belly in the house. Speak of the devil, and
do you
he
get many-
shall show up.
Do you get many abandoned buildings and stuff down there, or is it like bandos?
Yeah, there's a few. There's a few, which is good because I got to admit, because there is so much space on the West Coast that everybody just kind of goes, nah, we don't need this anymore, and they walk away and leave it. And you know, nobody knows where it is because it's tucked in behind a row of trees, so it'll sit there for 20 years.
But then again, Perth is considered one of the cleanest cities in the world, and that's actually true. That's a fact. So the government's pretty onto it. If it sits there for too long or if it's too ugly, down she comes.
Takes it away. Well,
Not like New York.
in New York, yeah, it's just in New York. It's so much money. It's like there's something shit sitting there. If it's not nailed down, it's getting pushed aside so somebody can make money off of it. Like seriously.
Yeah. I was telling dumb. I found a bando building right, literally down the road from my house. Literally, my friend told me about. I was like, "Oh, cool." I went to drive by. Actually, not drive, walk by. Like, "Oh yeah, I could definitely hit this." Final week I came, building is gone as a whole. I was like, "It just got demoed. I mean, it just got like gutted out." And the next week it's gone. It's a hole right now. Now there's bulldozers. There's rebuilding the foundation for putting up something new. I'm just like,
yeah.
but that's our problem by us.
On the East Coast, you turn
Yeah,
around,
you get brandos.
Real estate was worth so much that it just wouldn't sit there, you know, unless it was listed or something like that, and you've got security, you know, malicious security kicking around. But yeah, it was the same. As soon as it gets shut down, it's demoed, so you don't get a chance to rip it. So
That's the way it's
yeah,
becoming
I'm
here
finding
in
the West
Atlanta.
Coast a lot better for that point of view.
Here in Massachusetts, if something gets
Fueled
closed
Fury,
down,
man.
it
Thanks
gets
for hanging
wiped
out.
out, and then something put it on the spot.
Like,
Yeah.
or good afternoon.
Also, if you haven't got that file, I'll sort that file for you, T, with that for the horns.
Thank you.
No
Appreciate
worries,
it.
buddy. No worries, buddy.
My print is right. It has to be printed.
Well, I think what we should do is we don't have. I keep this lack of game of quad is just throwing me off.
Fuck this up.
All right, well, we're gonna do this thing
my
really.
battery's gone.
We're gonna do this thing real quick. All right, so we're gonna ask you a couple questions.
Take me around.
So we're gonna ask lightning round. We're gonna ask you guys a couple questions. They're pretty much yes or no or simple answers, and just answer quickly as you can. And we're gonna start with Asylum. Props in or out?
Out.
Mark.
Out.
Vegemite or Nutella?
Vegemite.
Neither.
Oh,
Heathen. That's why his team is FPV. Seriously, heathen.
Pinch thumb or hybrid?
Hybrid.
I've been thumbing in softies for years, mate. I'm a thumber.
Okay.
What is your signature dance move?
Robot.
Robot.
nice.
Yeah. Mine's called the grouch.
Juggler.
Did we miss? Oh, never mind.
Grundler.
All right, VTX tables, yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Good answer.
In one sentence, how would you sum up the internet?
Dank.
Like it.
A livable disease.
A livable disease. Do you fly with music, yes or no?
No.
Neither of you.
Neither.
Wow.
But I am actually
nothing
going to
beats
expand on
putting
that.
some
I've
earbuds
started
on.
doing that. I've been starting to do that with sim racing. So it may just be a racing thing.
It's definitely good for racing.
Hey,
But I like to
Yeah,
get into I like to vibe with music when I'm
I
freestyling.
love it with freestyle.
Actually,
Would you
have a mix
hold
on my
on,
radio.
back to the questions. Would you rather shoot spaghetti out of your fingers or sneeze meatballs?
These meatballs.
I shoot spaghetti out of my fingers. Sure.
Packs
Yeah.
top or bottom?
Top for freestyle, bottom for racing.
Yeah, same.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Would you rather come face to face with a miniature hippopotamus or a giant cockroach, both of which are in a bad mood?
Giant cockroach, because mate, we are so used to hitting those things with our thongs down here. So our flip flops, just bring it on. It's just bigger. So what? Just hit it harder.
Miniature hippopotamus. My wife would like that. She'd think that. And I'd be like, flip it.
Spin race
Baby
it, mate.
hippos.
All right, that's fucking amazing. All right, last but not least, what makes New Zealand new?
The distance it's moving away from Australia.
That twisted accent they have. It's like it's weird, isn't it? But I think Australian. Like if I hear a person that's really got a really strong, thick Australian accent,
The ochre.
it's kind of weird. But then you hear a New Zealand person, and it's like, oh, thank fuck that I don't sound like that. I'm just kidding. This is all just jokes. I'm just fucking with you.
That's fired.
It's very much US Canada type of deal. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Love
yeah,
it.
yeah, for sure.
Just that little bit different.
I'm just messing around.
Kiwis.
Kiwi.
Is that what they call
Kiwis.
those people from New Zealand? Kiwis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Then with
Like,
the chillabins.
Yeah, actually, like New Zealand guys, especially the island, the Maori guys, the New Zealanders, they are some of the nicest,
Oh, they're
sweetest,
brilliant.
warmest guys that you'll ever meet
Oh.
in your whole life, and they'll do anything for you. They'll
Yeah,
literally
but just don't
give
fuck
you
with them,
the
dude.
No,
Don't
They will
fuck with them.
bitch
They
slap
don't.
the ass off you.
That is
shouldn't fuck
why.
with anyone.
True. That is why I do not open Discord during the show. Right.
Right next to New Zealand. Where's the old New Zealand at? It's right next to New Zealand.
Just saying. Just chucking it out there.
Was
Is that near New Mexico? I don't know.
was there an old?
why is New Mexico?
That
there?
was in old Mexico.
Why?
There's an old Mexico. Well, think about it in New York. There is old York.
We must have said
Yeah,
that
okay,
at the same
then.
time.
Well, New York used to be called New Amsterdam, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's actually becoming New Amsterdam again because rec legal, but that's a whole nother story.
Boom.
Australia was new.
And man is
Speaking of
sinking.
which, it's almost dab time.
New Amsterdam.
It has been dab time for so long.
I'm still high on coffee, so
You'll
don't
get
mind me.
your fix.
On Route 66.
Possibly.
Any more questions, Chad?
Those were the
Any more-
primary. Those were the primary questions. I was just gonna see if there's anything else we need to cover. We covered a lot.
Absolutely.
I think.
Anybody in the chat have any questions for these boys?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And is there anything that, like, you know, actually, here's a question for both of you. I mean, I think you've kind of covered it, but summarize quickly. What makes FPV special for you?
Community.
Teams.
Community.
Memes?
Did you say memes?
No, I said teams.
Teams.
You said teams.
David, I thought said memes.
I thought he said memes for a
friends.
second too, and I was like,
Yeah, I was going to say, Chad just got a boner.
FPV
I got a bonus too over here. Mashi said, boy, he likes
memes.
Wow.
Memes, you say?
The community.
Wow.
Like
I'm the gift lord.
I've like Tim. I met Tim through FPV. He ended up moving from Victoria, the other side of Australia, to literally 5 minutes, less than that, 2 minutes down the road. Tim and me are very close friends now.
Did you see? Were you in Melbourne?
Not that close. Yeah, I was in Melbourne. So what was it? Oh, 4,000k trip.
Wow.
So it's a big journey. But yeah, and I'm down with demons on that. Like, the reality of it is that it's community, whether it's, you know, flying real, chat groups, you know, sim racing, whatever. You know, the vibes there across the board, and just being able to go out and rip.
The sense of
everything.
The sense of accomplishment that comes when you learn a new trick or do a good video, or you know, just there are so many little things.
And I think I said this to demons, you know, when we've been out ripping it. I said I couldn't actually, if you boil it all down, I couldn't give two rats arseholes about, you know, how I'm flying, or, you know, was that a good pack, or did I bust something on my gears great, or what. I actually couldn't give two rats arseholes. All I care about is you're having fun. Great. I'm happy for you. Do it. Send it. You know, that's it. You know, I don't care if you're doing it with a bloody wizard or you're doing it with a bloody HD, God only knows what.
Right.
You're having fun.
One of my favorite things. One of my favorite things is when I'm flying with mates and my mate lands, my friend lands, and I say, "Hey, good rip," and then he turns around, and that look of pride in his eyes when he turns around and says, "Thanks, man."
Oh yeah. When you're flying and then somebody's watching you in the goggles, and then they like give you props for a trick, and that gasses you up for the remainder of the flight.
That's the
you
best,
just keep
right
going.
there. Yeah. That's what it's all about, right there.
Vice versa
Some
too.
of my best flights I've ever done were where people were watching me in the goggles and just, you know, fucking cheering me on and going, "Fucking, that was awesome."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I love, you know, ripping with demons and Lebo, because we just all support each other, good, bad, or indifferent, you know, and we push. So it's great.
Right.
Yeah. You know, it's been some awesome experiences.
That's what it's about, man. Well, that's
Forevermore has a question. He wants to know, how are the bugs and critters while you fly?
Fucking terrible. Like, seriously, we were sitting there doing race practice, and I can feel this thing biting my leg, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I look down, and it's this big ass sand fly. No, it wasn't you. That was the other time. All right. Yeah, I'm looking down, and there's this big ass fly chewing on my leg, and I'm like, motherfuck.
Yeah.
But you can. Your biggest fear is you're sitting in the middle of a bush somewhere, and there's long grass, and you think, oh yeah, I got the goggles on. There's snake goes past. That's my biggest fear. And before you know it, you know, I'm thinking there's a snake going up my leg, going into my bloody shorts or something. It's just a demon's hand. But, you know. but at least you know what's going down.
What the fuck?
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that, was I? I think your wife's going to have words with you later, mate.
What the fuck?
It's just big ass bugs and spiders, man. Like they're the ones to worry about.
Yeah, I want my brother to Australia because he hates spiders. Like he's
spiders.
Yeah, no, he's had two tarantulas, so when it comes to arachnids, I have no fear for them.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's not the big ones you've got to be worried about. It's the little ones.
Yeah, it's the little ones.
sneaky fuckers. Like you don't see them, and before you know it, your hand's gonna get amputated because you got bitten overnight while you were sleeping. Like shit like that happens. It's crazy.
And the little
But as
jellies.
I said earlier, you just get those flip flop, thongs going on that we're all wearing, and just whack the fuck out of them. Sorry, I've kind of loosened up. You're gonna start getting the pure Aussie now, where I'm just gonna start swearing my fucking ass off.
That's all right.
I guess Perio's not going to Australia anytime soon.
Yeah,
well, if you get the chance, definitely will come down.
If you hang out, if you hung out with me for very long, you'd see. Yeah.
What is that gonna do? What is that gonna do, Mark?
It's an electric. It's an electric racket.
Don't you know what that is? Don't you know?
I
what
definitely
that ain't
know what
gonna
that
do
is.
nothing.
Yes.
No. When he's sticking it on a 6S lipo, it's fine.
I mean,
If
There
you
you
press
go.
that button and
that's how
touch
his
that
wife
racket,
keeps him in line.
Put your tongue on it. Put your tongue on
No,
it.
that's the little one. You want to see the one she's got?
Yeah. Oh.
You know those cattle prods they use in on the farms? Yeah. It's been amped right up.
What the fuck? That's what I'm. What are you doing?
He has a dual. He has an 8S running parallel through that.
John Solo
If
said,
you
"Put
see
your
he's
tongue
the
on
petrol
it."
generator starting up, he starts running because he just needs all the amps.
You see that? You see the light?
What was that now?
You see the lights in the house going. I'm like, oh, I'm fucked up now.
This is it. She's charging the capacitors.
So just to answer D3's question, in
Jesus.
chat, sometimes, mate. Yeah, sometimes.
Are they hairy there
Sometimes.
too? I've met some nice little Australian
Yes.
girls along the way. That's all I'll say.
D3X, how are the ladies like over there? Are
So
they
we
any
just
hair?
cut-
Oh,
that's what
Jesus.
we just cut.
Are
We
they-
just talking.
there too?
Dude, I'm the wrong person to ask. I've been married for over 20 years.
Congratulations, man.
Good game on you.
Congratulations,
Good
bro.
game. Yeah, no shit.
September last year, 20 years. So we've been together for almost 24.
Fuck yeah, man.
So,
Jesus,
Okay.
right
yeah,
on, man.
It's a long stint. So sorry, I can't answer that question.
Yeah, I'm with you, brother.
There's a lot of waxing places. I'll give you that. So
Yeah.
bitches.
A little Korean girl. She goes, "I'll make you look pretty. I'll make you look pretty. Oh, very
I make it all
cheap.
smooth. I make it all smooth.
That's all for you. Best price."
I got some lotion. Yeah.
The dog is like, "You talking about me?"
No, he was talking about the lotion. He heard lotion. He was in. You want to see when he gets the peanut butter. That's
Oh my
why.
God.
That's why he couldn't answer the question between the Vegemite and the. Sorry.
Oh, it's the peanut butter. We gotcha.
No,
He's
Yeah, the Nutella or the Vegemite. It was the peanut butter. That's what
Please
you
don't
answer.
encourage this. Please
Oh,
do
he's
not
about that
encourage
Skippy
this.
life. He's about that Skippy life.
Ah,
Extra crunchy.
Never
they
even
like
know.
to try.
Crunchy.
It's all about the crunch.
so have I mentioned tonight that I've been quietly, I think I have, but I'll say it again, that I've been quietly fanboying over Swifter? Dude.
Chad's had to move him around a couple times. So
Yeah,
he's
I
been
almost had to
frisky.
separate you two.
You're my favorite pilot, dude.
We're gonna get you guys a room.
I just want to know how many bloody wet wipes he's got left. That's all.
Don't you worry
That
about
would just
that.
explain the whole lot.
It's gonna make the wife jealous.
Quiet, Hugh.
There's gonna be a bash
Nah,
on my
dude.
door later. What are you doing? What'd you do that for?
Love me a hairy lady.
And I study your videos, Greg, man. I study them, but there's just moves that you do that I do not understand.
have
I
a good
cannot comprehend how you do this.
It's all about them damn linear rates from hell. No audio, Greg. No audio, Greg.
Unbelievable. You're definitely one of the guys that inspires me the most, and I just want to give you a shout out while I'm here because you're fucking awesome.
Oh, well,
Oh,
What is real in
That's
chat?
awesome, man.
Once again, what is real will be joining us March 30th for a hang. Is that right? Yeah.
Oh,
March. I'm like trying to remember these damn dates. I smoked that brain cell away. Sorry.
And I'm just
Sorry,
going
at
to
least you
tell
had one to
you,
start with.
for anyone who's watching or anyone in the chat, like this is wicked fun hanging out with the Goon Squad, man. This is wicked fun. This is awesome.
well, fuck. We've had a blast fucking hanging out with you guys, and y'all are always welcome anytime on BGP. For sure.
Yeah,
He almost lost to Chuck Norris, but you know.
I can't wait to
How do
see
you
you
get
get that X class going. It's gonna be exciting.
That's what I
I'm
can't
pretty
see
sure
that.
that's the last bug, man. I'm pretty sure that's the last bug, and I can hover test it with my normal packs because I can just run them in. Help me.
Parallel.
Thank you. I can just run them in parallel. So I'll be able to hover test it and maybe just line of sight it around the yard, the front yard a bit, but I won't be able to punch out.
You know the rules. No video, it never happened. So I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Damn.
I'll get my wife to stand there and videotape a video with
More
the
like
phone.
amateur wave.
No,
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Matty Bloods is just kidding. Matty Bloods one game of quad tonight. Unfortunately, we don't. That's all we can say. That's all we have.
We don't even know how it happened.
It's just we don't know.
The
What
bot
default?
came up and
Just said Matty Bloods.
took it.
Matty Blunts.
Congratulations, Matty Blutz, for another win.
He's a legend.
Good job,
Matty's a
Matty
legend.
Matty's
Matty's,
awesome.
yeah, Matty's
Chuck
great.
Norris, good luck next week.
Speaking
definitely
of
thanks
Matty
to-
Blunts, TM, it's
Yo.
dab time.
All right, let's start with a video. Let's watch a video. I think we have a guest video here.
I think you have to
Yeah.
refresh the list.
I am.
Because I think King Turkey
Refresh
threw
that
something in there
list.
for us.
Are we watching some videos?
He's
Hell yeah, we're
Chad-
watching some
Chad's failed.
videos.
Yeah.
Where is that?
I don't know.
I don't see nothing.
What don't you see?
Oh, put that at the top. We'll just watch that really quick. I think something was wrong with one of my quads and it flipped the fuck out. And I think King Turkey had some footage. I don't know. Let's see.
Let's see what it is.
Let's see.
All right,
Can you move that to the? I'm refreshing. I'm refreshing.
refresh now.
I'm really flashlighting.
Flashing.
Refreshing.
Refresh lighting.
Wow.
Refresh lighting?
Refresh lighting.
Flash.
I'm gonna go have
Lighting.
some
Refresh light.
Reefers.
Refreshment. Refreshment.
refreshment.
Refreshing.
Cool dollar.
Congrats,
Refresh it
Matty.
one last time.
Chad is going to
Chad.
give you a refreshment for your winning. Personally.
Oh, that makes your brains.
All right, so what the hell were we doing?
All
All
right.
right.
A 3D printer on that one.
All right, so this is
gonna
Apparently,
be Pank.
apparently this is my quad flipping the fuck out. Let's see.
Is it working? What are we doing?
I don't
Are we
know.
on? Are we live?
Nope.
We're live.
I'm not
Is it-
alive.
I'm dead.
Isn't it in your backyard?
That long time
Oh,
ago.
yeah, there's camera back there. Oh, oh, that wasn't bad.
Purple platinum for the win.
You? That's
I don't know what was wrong with it. Yeah. Look at the little rewind. That's amazing.
It was at this moment he fucked up. It was at
All
this moment he
right.
fucked up.
This is Johnny FPV's little short.
Chasing, yeah, good luck on that. Yeah,
Yeah,
you need.
because he can't keep up.
No, them things, once they fucking get into second gear, they're gone.
That's a great
Peace.
shot. That's a really great shot.
They're incredible shots in this.
Nice, speed ramp to slow.
That's freaking awesome.
Imagine, oh,
Me too.
Take it easy, D3. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Good night, bro. I mean, good afternoon or
Dude,
good
look at
night.
this. 31 watching, 39 likes. That's the best kind of ratio.
Gotta love it.
Pretty consistent all night, which is awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks,
y'all brought
Yo,
the
I
heat.
Shout out to the
literally
chat.
saw
that was sick.
I literally saw the pilot look at the drone as he drove by. That was crazy.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, what?
He's like, turn around real quick. He's like, there it is.
They do a good job with the
You got
shots.
demons up?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
El demonio. There you go. Use your Spanish word for today. El demonio.
El demonio.
Yeah, there you go. Demon in Spanish. El demonio.
Dab, dab.
I like it. I like it. So this is the edit that I did with Aaron, Broken Sky FPV. who's-
Sick.
Yeah, one of the key members of the Hellfire team. We actually won a Rippy for this, and the reaction Entertainment are in the chat now. So yeah, we actually run a rippy for this.
Yeah, shout out Reaction Entertainment.
Yeah, super
Hit them
proud of
twans.
Sound
to
the dong on.
Chad.
Yeah, super proud of this one.
I've been wanting to do some like trippy colors like that.
Forevermore's always done a good job with his treatments as well. The color treatments, the Wolf Vision.
Trippy acid.
It's kind of it's trippy. I really like it. It's fresh, you know. I don't necessarily think all my edits would want to be like this, but it's like a really arty version of it. Yeah, I love it.
I call it alienated because it feels like you're a different planet.
Yeah,
then you got the shimmers and the arrows.
Yeah, I've had some comments from guys saying it kind of looks like it's a video game.
Yeah, I get it, especially with the shimmers right there when you put that shimmer effect on the arrows.
I love that shimmer effect, man. That's wicked. Yeah, he did a really good job of this. I just sent him some footage and said go to town, and he made this and then entered it in the Wikis, and he won. I didn't.
It was dope.
It's nice. Nice layout for a track.
I spent a good long while as a VJ, so I always appreciate visual art.
Yeah.
We also eat hallucinogens.
Well, there's that. I mean, how else do you think I did a rave for 12 hours? I mean, you know.
You thought you were the rave at that moment, right?
I was the rave.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a little bit shroomy, but
I do love the fucking Dancing Bears spinoff for the Hellfire shit is awesome.
Oh, we got a buffer. Damn.
It's the no care. It's the no care bears. I guess you guys had the Care Bears in your street. I thought it was just an American thing.
Chad is the JJ.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I was like, call it I Don't Care Bears.
Yeah, we had the Care Bear stare.
You guys had the Smurfs too?
Yeah, we had everything, yeah. Only thing we didn't have is a great selection of food.
Oh, come to the States. We have everything across the board. If you name it, it exists.
My wife's from the US, man. And,
very cool.
So I've been to the US, and when I was there, I put on 30 pounds in 3 months, mate. I never felt better, and I looked pretty good too because I'm a skinny little dude. So it was nice to put on some weight.
Yeah. Where were you at?
Where you were at?
Chicago.
Oh, the deep dish. A lot of deep dish pizza.
And cheeseburgers. Cheeseburgers were my favorite. Yeah, bro.
That's the go-to American with cheeseburgers.
These cheeks didn't get this way for nothing.
AKA cheek burgers, because they get you them.
Surprising for as much of a weight weenie as you are.
Hey, I'm trying to get it off, bro.
That little live stream.
So this, I made this direct for you guys. I made this guy for the goons because we love you.
Yeah.
You're looking at it, huh?
We love Team Hellfire. Fuck yeah, man.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, you guys kill it, man. Seriously. See you popping up all over now.
Media, yeah.
Man, we work hard and we love the community, man. We just love everybody. So
it's a great hobby, bro.
This Sisters of Mercy or something? What is this? What's the track?
This is Ice House.
Oh, it's Ice House?
Great Southern Land. Ice House, Great Southern Land.
I mean, the only Australian bands I listen to is the Saviors. Are the only ones.
Saviors?
Yeah, they're from Australia. They're from Sydney.
If I could recommend any Australian band to you, it would be the Radiators.
Radiators?
Yeah, they're a bit like, it's kind of like oh, it's like early punkish maybe, but not like punk. But they've got some really dirty songs that'll make you laugh your freaking ass off. So
Love that.
yeah.
Random parks, still in Australia.
Now, the Saviors for me is more like a new metal band. I think the lead singer is a female and a guy. The male guy sings the hard chorus, and then she sings like the soft chorus out of it.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
There's another there's another girl. She does like trap. I don't know if I pronounce her name, but it's like Shinaini. It's pronounced with a Z. And she does like trap, hip hop kind of scenario. Her lyrics is like looks like a little raw, but I like it.
I did a couple. Xavier Rudd.
Yes.
I did a couple of shows with him along the way down there. Actually in Europe.
Right.
Yeah. Nice fella. Pretty wild though to watch playing drums and didgeridoo simultaneously.
Oh, it's amazing how much you can get that didgeridoo to blend with other stuff.
Bro, it's pretty insane.
Yeah. You got to do it right.
Talking about his flesh didgeridoo again.
Yo, actually, that was one of my goals in life was to travel to Australia, pick out and get my own didgeridoo and bring it home. And that was a bucket list item I accomplished.
Yes.
Rebecca, thanks for hanging out and stopping by.
I love you, Ben.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Rebecca. It was good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Seriously.
Thank you.
Nice frames.
Yeah, lovely frames. We're gonna definitely keep an eye on that. I want to check those out more.
Sure.
I actually bookmarked it, so.
Yeah, the same here. Bookmarked it.
Yeah, I've been eyeing all those frames for a little while now.
That's
surprising
frames,
enough.
man.
I've never heard of them. I kind of skimmed through them, but I never knew their name until you guys mentioned it. So I was like, okay.
Yeah.
They're tough as bricks. Seriously, I as I said, I'm not pushing super hard on the ISO right now, but the things are made. It is made.
Well, if you want to,
the Atlas and that is proven. So,
Derek, the guy that designs the frames, does not
muck around.
Yeah, doesn't cut any corners, man, and he spends a lot of time, and he does a lot of research into his designs. And then when you actually see and build the frames, they're very well thought out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty impressed with it. Yeah, man.
Well, that's awesome.
That's
man.
always
like
good. It's always good to see in a land of clones.
The Isla.
Yeah,
that one looks dope.
Is that the one with the titanium plate?
No.
Maybe.
No, I'm still learning the names.
It does have a titanium base kit.
Yeah.
I can't keep up with all the updates.
Yeah, I think my Clio has titanium base kits too.
But it looks dope.
Look at that. The Clio, and that's out of stock. God damn it.
Anyway, thanks for stopping by.
I'm always trying to get more companies to build macros, man. That's my it's like how you're trying to build X-Class there. There's a bunch of us trying to build macro here because there is an X-Class multi-GP chapter, but there's no macro quad and really no beast quad classes.
Yes.
And they came up with X-Class because it was so big, and it's good for visual, spectating. But macro is just, it's the perfect blend in my opinion. I love it. It's just because
medium.
It's just a scaled up 5-inch. I mean, that's literally what we're doing with macro, is just doubling basically the proportions of a fucking 5-inch and then putting bigger motors on it and, running a heavier powertrain. And, and it's just, I don't know. I love it. I love it a lot.
Well, sorry, Tim, you go, mate.
No, you're right, man. I was just going to say, just hit Derek up, and if you want something custom or whatever else, he'll surely ballpark ideas, and he's definitely down for the bigger gear. That's for sure.
Yeah, I can't give away any secrets, but I'm pretty sure they are sort of in
playing with different ideas
of making a bigger frame. That's all I'll say for now.
I got a jar of Skippy with your name on it if you care to give us more info.
He's bribing our guest.
Crunchy or
Crunchy or smooth?
Tech is not moving.
Jake's,
I'm not-
give me a case of beer.
That's it, man.
I'm not trying to, spray it away, but
Spread,
not
trying
actually.
to spread it. What?
Oh,
I
he's
have a
he's
nice
trying to
dunk.
spread it.
What's the bread?
Yeah. I have a 7-inch version of the Revenant, though, and that flies.
That's what he tells his wife at least.
That's beautiful. That flies, it's always about the dick jokes. But no, that flies.
Mate, it's our chat.
That flies.
Yeah.
That flies.
Walked into
beautiful.
that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Copped it in the ear hole.
Yeah, actually, I'm actually faster on the track with my 7-inch Revenant than I am with my 5-inch Revenant. It flies better. It locks in better. Bam! And I just.
Yeah, and I mean, you
You got a
should,
wider stance.
you should you wider stance, and I mean, and you should have an overall, like, your cruise on the 7-inch should be higher than the 5-inch overall. Like a cruising speed on the 7 should be, because when I cruise on 10-inch, it's fast. It's fucking fast.
But I'm running my 7-inch with 5-inch motors and 5-inch props. I'm not running it with 7-inch props.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of people doing that too. Yeah. Because as what Artie said, you have a wider stance, so you have less prop wash because this. That's one factor right out of the gate. Because your motors and props are spread out further, you're gonna have less interaction, less dirty air.
Exactly.
I should drop you some 6-inch props next time I see you, D, and see what you reckon on that. Yeah. It's that slightly larger prop. Even the 5.2s.
But I will
might
say,
give you a bit more pull.
as you tune out bigger quads, it's pretty amazing where they're coming, where they're getting, like.
And I know for a fact that Emu really fucking locks in those bigger quads. I remember when Chad was testing out one of his frames. I mean, he flew in the stock pins with like snot because it was designed for 5-inch, and he literally like brung up his P's and I's like 1 or 2 notches, like literally not even like 5% increment. He's doing a 1 increment, and I think he did like once or twice. Quad was locked in right off the bat. I was like, okay.
Well, and I'm also flying Helio, and I've flown Helio for a long time, so I just know how to tune those.
Same here with those FCs.
I'm working on some new tunes for this year, actually, for the tri-blades, all the new tri-blades that are coming, like the gem fans and stuff. I'm gonna do a 10-inch macro gem fan built, like, tune out. I'm gonna do it on a smush.
I gotta hit up the chat and bring you about getting a board sorted. I really want to put it on one of my cities, but the board's not supported. God damn it.
What board?
The Airsheen F722. I noticed that it was a work in progress, but it wasn't out yet. So I reckon that'd be good for me. Yes, it's an obscure board.
Well, a lot of times you can actually.
I was gonna say
there might be a target that actually already works, because a lot of times there's targets. A lot of these boards aren't doing anything special. Yeah, and I mean, and that really all it's really changes is the name, and so a lot of times you'll find a target that if you send me a Betaflight dump and the specs of the board, I could probably take a look at it and help you out. But I mean, yeah.
I know it was already work in progress, and somebody else had already dumped it.
There's a cat, Bo, that's been doing quite a Bo Brewski's been doing quite a few targets, and then one of the goons, Kyo Pride, does a lot of target work, and then I do a lot of target work as well. There's like a lion's share of stuff that like Kyo and another guy have been working on for a while. I tend to do the specialty boards like the Radix and other stuff, some of the weirder shit. I tend to do those.
Or obscure is the word.
Yeah. Yeah, so if those guys got it, chances are it'll be happening really quick. And if it's not, I'll take a look at it, because I don't, to be honest, I only have so much bandwidth and I can't pay attention to every pull request we get. But yeah, definitely check in, and always feel free to hit me up, man. If I got time, I'm always down to help. I mean, like, people hit me up some nights and be like, yo, man, is there a target for this? I'm like, no, let me look. I'm like, all right, shit. Hold on a minute.
There it is.
Try this and tell me if it works. You know, like, if I can do it, I'm always down to do it.
Yeah, sweet, dude. I appreciate that.
That Doom Rider up here.
Doom it.
Shout out Doom Rider.
I was Doom. Oh. Oh, is that
Constantly killing it.
Are we by the water?
Damn.
It's in a nice
Damn.
spot where I live.
That's here in the East Coast?
That's not
No,
East Coast.
it's not East Coast. No. I just
Ooh, that
saw.
was tight.
I saw Colorado palm trees. That's why I asked. Kind of digging the color grade.
Yeah, if I would have been spectating him, then I would have been like, woo!
It always blows me away with the car parks and the setups and stuff that you guys in the US have got. Like, it's like weekend, there's no one there, but you got this whole office block with a massive car park with trees and shit. It just goes sick.
I mean, it's hit and
We
miss.
go to a car park, it's packed.
It's hit and miss, you know. I think you were kind of saying, like, you know, there was a while you couldn't really fly in Melbs because, you know, the COVID and shit. And that happened to some degree in New York. I mean, you know, I was always able to fly at a park near my house. And then when COVID came, that got kiboshed, and it made it a lot harder for me to get a lot of time in.
So that was the thing, like I was trying to do IGAL 2, you know, and I got to week 5, and by then, you know, 2 weeks running, I'd had the police, you know, coming up to me going, dude, you just can't be doing this, you're gonna cop a fine. And then it was a double-edged sword, so you go out into a park somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, with your 5-inch just to rip a couple of packs and whatever else, but they couldn't go to the shops because nearly all the shops were shut. So everyone's walking their dogs around in your normal park.
Yeah.
So you'd see no one.
Right.
So you couldn't get a full packing without running into someone almost. Then it's just
Right.
like, nah. So you just didn't bother after a while.
That's what happened with my park, is that at first they closed, they even closed the parks for a minute in New York, and then they opened up the parks, and that's where everybody was. But everybody had the social distance, so it was just fucking soft targets everywhere, and it was just...
Yeah.
Around here, it was actually the best shit ever, because the golf courses were closed.
Yeah.
I got to fly there every day. And one dude, he was like, I don't think you could be out here. I was like, I ain't playing golf. He's like, you know what? It really doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Enjoy.
Exactly.
I was
That's
like,
what it
thanks,
was.
dude.
That's the way it was.
You
in
could almost
Memphis,
have more luck flying in a bloody, you know, shopping mall or something like that at the time, because there's just no one in it.
Right.
Yeah.
that's
So,
true, that's
and there
true.
were people doing it, so they were just like, screw it, send it.
Which reminds me, Tim, do you want to hit that car park, that Bunnings car park one night soon?
Yeah. I got a date in mind. Yeah, I got a date in mind coming.
Let's do that then.
Yeah, a couple of weeks on that one, but yeah.
Good man.
Yeah, I'll be right over there, Jeff.
Tech,
Yeah,
car park.
Tech,
Come.
I got to say too, man, I'm a big fan of your flying dude.
Oh, thank you.
A big fan. That last one of those last videos you made, and it was the one on
Tech
the
smooth
beach.
as fuck.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh,
And
and
one on
in the
beach. And then you
yeah,
went
they
up and
actually.
the birds flew off that skunk. That made me cry, man. And I'm not shitting you, because like I was in my feels that day, because just personal shit, family shit that was going on. And I watched that video. I might have even been thinking about my dad, man. And I watched that video and. So, love it. Big shout
Thanks, I
out.
appreciate it. Thanks. Well, actually, is it good to know what adding to what Chad was saying? That's literally a beach that I can only do it around this time. Come summertime is utterly a clusterfuck. What I mean a clusterfuck, it's the hood beach. Like everybody from anywhere in the city comes to that beach. Like we nickname it Chocha Beach for a reason. Like there's so much. There's so much. Tits in the ass, bro, all summer long in that park. That's that podcast.
I love you, bro. That's fun.
Yeah, man. So I gotta we taking advantage of it. Like that day that we flew, I didn't realize it, but I didn't even post the footage. But the parks people are right next to us. Like literally, they're right next to us. We can walk to their offices, and they don't care.
Tim, tell Tech where your park is. Literally, how many steps? And don't exaggerate. How many steps do you have to take from your front door to get to the park?
10.
That's right.
Bro.
Yeah.
Jesus, I missed.
10 steps.
Literally.
I feel you. I used to.
literally walk out. I could fly from my
Anywhere close
driveway
that I
if I
could
wanted
just
to,
walk.
seriously.
I love it.
Yeah, I
Fly in
mean,
my yard occasionally, but
I used to live across the street from the fucking park, and that shit was great because I would literally take off from my driveway.
Yeah.
I'll be
I
like
hate you guys that
Sparks.
do that.
I'm gonna be like Sparks this summer. I'm gonna be out on the front street here, dude. Like,
Oh hell yeah! Spark makes me laugh because he's
Sparks
flying
always
almost
in
like
front of his
what?
house. He's always
Front
in
of his
front of his
house.
house.
Like
I think
and
the
then
ultimate, I
what?
think the ultimate would be just sending it straight off and I'll be lying in bed still.
Right.
Like, that's what I could probably do. Just lie in bed and send it.
Are you
I
guys?
hate
Are you
I
guys?
honestly
Let's go
could
again.
probably fly around my neighborhood.
Are you guys flying?
Just chilling in my room, but
Are you guys flying digital at all? Or are you guys both flying analog?
Analog, man. I'm sort of money's a bit tight with us at the moment. So
Same,
I'm still
yeah.
away, and I fly V5s, as you see, which you don't have a HDMI input. So
Right.
I've got a big upgrade to do if I want to go digital.
Right.
Same boat I'm in right now. No, but I live it.
The only annoying thing, I'm going to be 100% honest, and you might think I'm a wanker for saying this, that's fine. The only annoying thing about flying analog is listening to the digital pilots go on and on. It's like Mr. I say this a lot, but it's like Mr. Mackey in South Park. I've been gluten free for 2 weeks and I feel so fucking amazing. Like, just shut up.
Yeah, just shut up and enjoy your experience.
That's it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it so much if they didn't at the end of their rant didn't say digital's crap. No, analog's crap now. No, it's not. It's the same as it's always been. Analog hasn't changed. It's not crap all of a sudden. It was good last week when you didn't have digital. It's still good.
Oh yeah, it's still fun.
I have no problems with it.
I've
flown both. I have systems on quads.
Yeah, I
on
have
both.
systems on both.
But let me just add. Let me just finish by saying, if I could afford digital, I'd be on digital right now. So,
Sure. I mean,
That was dope.
Same.
I was very fortunate
have
when I
one
got.
quad on digital, and all my other quads are still analog because I
Thanks.
can't afford air units right now.
Thanks to a few donor parts I received, and I just got hooked up on the goggles initially from Kaio. Like, it just, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford it either. And, but I'm very much like a Swift Duck. I think there's a time and a place for everything, and digital has its pros, and
I would love it for freestyle, not so much for racing. For freestyle, when you're doing tree dives and you need to.
It is nice for freestyle.
right tools for the job, man.
It does give you more confidence into you can see a gap. I remember I went to fly this car park that I'd really never flown before, and it had trees just like the ones we're flying in, Vanover's flying in here. I had this one canopy that's really fucking thick, and I saw the gap from far away, and I was like, I see it, I'm taking it, and I just dove into the woods, and everybody that watched the video was like, how did you see that gap? I was like, I just had a hunch.
I had a feel.
That's why you're a kick-ass pilot.
I just think like for the big rigs, I still trust analog more on my big rigs. I have one big rig running digital, and I mean I enjoy flying it, but I still trust my analog rig more.
Damn, it'd be nice. Digital would be nice on that X class, though, wouldn't it? Like, don't you reckon?
Oh, I don't know, because I mean, it's gonna move, so you really need as much. It's gonna move, so you definitely want latency as down as low as possible. You're gonna definitely travel distance.
The interesting thing that I've noticed is with the 120 refresh rate, I seem to get a bit more jello in my FPV camera because of the frequency of my props. because the props are like that low frequency. You know, big props make a lower frequency, and they tend to excite those frequencies in the camera that I just. But if I look at my HD, if I look at the GoPro feed, it's fucking crystal clear.
I've had that same experience where I thought that my quad was like,
I'm like, what the fuck?
Or not like not jittering, but like I thought like I was having prop washer at times or like oscillations, and then I'd watch the video and I'd be like, this is
because I don't run hyper smooth on my GoPro normally unless I know I need it. I don't normally run it, so like I'm looking at unstabilized GoPro footage and it's fucking rock solid, and I'm like, why was my digital jello-y?
I made hyper smoothing my FPV feed.
Yeah, it's just frequencies in the camera.
It's the frequencies, and the props though, because like I said, the frequencies of a 10-inch prop are much lower than a 5-inch prop, so you get a larger fundamental frequency, higher order of magnitude.
Because it's not shielded correctly, it's picking up the harmonics. That's pretty much what it is.
Well,
I mean, you've got guys in the stream can't see because we're watching videos, but you guys can see. That's the other props that I'm running. Look how pitchy they are. That's so pitchy.
Yeah,
it's definitely pitchy.
That's the HQs, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, they're not as pitchy as the aeronauts. I run a really, those are 7s. Those are 5s. I think. Oh wait, the 13s? No, the 13s might be more than that. I'm sorry. Pat would know.
I use a 9.5 for a plane, so.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know. I know the Gem fans were higher, pretty high, and I've got some stuff and I've seen some that go pretty high, but I run 7-inch pitch on my 10-inch bi-blades.
Okay.
They're pitchy as fuck.
This bi-blade is a 9x6.
There's just so many variables, isn't there? So many variables.
The HQs and the Gem Fan 10s are both 5s.
Who we got flying? Who's this flying now?
It was just what is real.
What is real? What is real? We say what is real. We're gonna mess everybody's names.
What is real?
What is real?
I'm slacking on the wings.
That's okay. You're fired. Go back to
Step out of my office.
You can't fire the duck. You can't fire the duck.
The duck.
Rabbit season.
Duck season. Rabbit season. Duck season. See, this is my local spot. This is actually an AMA field. It's probably the only 2 in New York City.
Did you say this was an AMA field?
It's an AMA field. If you look up AMA field, this one comes up. This one and the one in Queens should come up.
What part of that is an AMA field?
In the summertime.
What part of it? Not the whole thing.
Yeah, the whole thing.
It's a fucking soccer field.
They use that to fly, believe it or not.
What field is that?
Take it easy, Forevermore. Have a good night, man.
Good night, man.
Take it easy, Forevermore.
Have a good night, brother man.
Good night, bro.
Thanks for everything, always. Much love.
Peace.
Forevermore's gonna be coming to see us soon.
Oh yeah, so buses. You can say what is real the whole freaking night.
Forevermore's the guy, the dude responsible for the bot coins and the broccoli coins.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a legend. Yeah.
He is indeed a legend.
I got the season 1 bot coin.
Speaking of bot coins,
You got bot.
Bot Grinder are gonna be here on March 23rd. Bot Grinder.
Bot Grinder.
If I present my coin to Bot Grinder, will I get something?
I think you will get a
redeemable.
Yes.
You get a swift kick in the in the keister.
You'll get an Elden Ring.
And the butt.
Something for Elden Ring. Yeah. You'll get an Ash of Summoning. It will summon a Bot Grinder robot.
And I don't know why I love the FPV community so much. Like I just dig it. I really do. Like pretty much everyone is a complete legend.
Or a complete nutter.
A complete nutter. Which is fine. Fine by me.
That's just me.
A bit of both, yeah. I think a bit of both.
Yeah.
Speaking of B-Rad.
Oh shoot. Mr. B to the rat.
It was at this very moment I nearly fucked up. He should have.
That driver his ball must have puckered when he saw that
Bro,
quad.
I bet you B-Rad's fucking starfish was quivering.
Said Demon's favorite word, quiver.
Quiver?
F30 NS at Sora.
Ooh, that's nice.
The big ass wang game going on there.
Welcome back. More relaxed now. I see.
You got one more pucker moment there. Little puckerness. Because he was.
And to nurture the misses. Good on ya.
Lucky girl 519.
that sounded really Australian, Chad. Good on ya.
Good on ya. Dude, like I said, I traveled for a very long time. One of my dear friends was the front of house guy for AC/DC. He lives outside of Sydney. His name is Laurie Quigley, and he's about 6'3", has a messed up upper lip from a motorcycle crash. And the first time I saw him, he had a shirt on that said "I hit things," and I was like, "What? Who is this fucking guy?" He's a legend in the audio community, a fucking legend. Like, he was a front house guy for Lenny Kravitz when I was on tour with Lenny.
Look at that full send. Yeah. He's actually pilot that one driver said fully send.
But I spent a lot of time, and then like I said, I toured with Gautier for a good while, and it was mostly an Australian crew. So like,
did you find out somebody you used to know?
When I also when I used to tour with some British bands, and as I hang out with people, my accent just it gets taken over by whoever I'm around. Yeah. So I can do if I hang out with Australians for a while, I end up getting pretty close.
Yeah,
or British.
It rubs off on me too. My wife is American.
Aye.
And sometimes I say like pants, like for pants, like I'll
right.
I'll take off your pants. Oh, maybe I should have used
take your pants off.
Maybe I should have used a different example. But you get my drift.
You know, that was a good shit. That's the same thing with me in Spanish. Like, you know, every time I'm somebody that's not from my area, I'd kind of catch on to their accent and start speaking their accent. So,
has he got a fucking is that on a gimbal?
Is that a more?
I very well could be.
Slowly working my way into the car scene here in Western Australia.
I'm gonna get back into cars. I said to myself, it's not even just that. I came from RC background, and if Tim Asylum, if you look at my total username, right, it says you mentioned early on in the chat the 540 motors. Well, look at the end of my number. It says
hey, it's Bot Grinder. I know that guy.
Yeah, I was wondering. I
know that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, the old tin can motor, the Tamiya tin can, or silver can.
Yeah, this is Bot's Whoop Race, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, the one in PA.
This is the one that Rue was excited about.
This is cool.
Yeah, she was pumped.
Like a game center. Is it a brewery or a game center? Was it?
Was it? I think it was a brewery.
A brewery, right?
I mean, that's a basketball court. It looks like an indoor sports facility.
Complex.
Yeah.
I remember. Do you remember the chat at the time that Bot Grinder threw a whoop race inside an airplane hangar a few years back?
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah,
well, do you remember? Were you
a Spitfire back?
Were you at the one we did at fucking Kind Bud's spot in Brooklyn? Bot was there, and
I didn't make it to that event.
Dude, that was insane because there was a hole in the first. It was on the second floor. There was a hole in the floor, so you could drop gate from the second floor down to the first floor, and that was part of the trap. Yeah, it was a death trap though, because we were like, somebody's gonna fall down this fucking hole. It was so insane.
Well,
it was a good time.
That one, then he had a few years ago. He had the one where he did at the casino. We took a casino restaurant and converted it into a racetrack. So that was pretty dope.
That's what I love about whooping. You can do whoop races anywhere.
Anywhere. In your bathroom, in the bedroom, between your, old lady's legs. I don't know, something. Yes.
Tunnel of Doom.
That's Vampire.
Infinity Tunnel.
We got
that's an Armin. That's an Armin, bro. That freaking RC car is bananas. You literally, when you buy that car, you have to buy like 4 or 5 sets of tires because you'll go through them in one session.
Boop.
Izzy.
Izzy boop.
By the way, Izzy's band is dropping a track soon. I think track or demo. I'm not sure.
So before it gets too late, I want to re-mention the Hellfire song challenge if I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyone out there that's listening, we're doing it. We've got an evil song challenge on the Hellfire team. If you're not a member of the Hellfire team, just jump over and join.
On Facebook.
It's free, just like your mum.
Especially on coupon day. Especially on coupon
Your wife has spoiled you.
She pays you.
Shit.
I'm sorry, it was there. I had to use it.
That's okay.
So
That's what I said about the coupon.
Just like your mum. We've already picked the song. The song poll has ended. What was the song again? It was Raising Hell by.
Raising Hell.
It's my Valentine's. Bullet's my Valentine's.
Who is it? Hell. That's the one. Yes. Brain fart. So yeah. That's the song you've got to do an edit to. It can be any edit. It could be a race edit. It could be a visual edit.
Link.
Could be a whoop edit. Could be whatever you want. You can remix the song. You can do whatever you want. It just has to be that song.
A remix, huh?
Yeah.
And what's the deadline?
Well, there is no deadline at the moment. We just take entries as they come.
Gotcha.
I think we'll probably run it for about roughly about 3 weeks. So you've got plenty of time to go out and make an edit. If you're snowed in, you could possibly even just use old footage, chop it up to the song, do whatever you've got to do. It's a fun challenge. There is a prize. I am putting up the prize at the end. It won't be judged on skill level, so if Swift up enters, don't think, oh, this is one already won. Alright, see what I did there, Swift Duck? I gave you a little shout out.
You forgot to do the wink.
Oh no, I did it, just not with this.
Oh, okay, I missed it.
If Swift Duck wins, we all know the jig.
I got that.
Thank you. And just drop the edit on the Hellfire page. Put a little hashtag Hellfire Team Challenge or Song Challenge in the title or the description, and yeah, it's going to be really fun.
If you forget, Swift posted the link on the page. Follow them on Facebook, and you see some of the rules that he mentioned. Let's see what people come out with. I'm just trying to find something because I'm a one pack kind of guy, so I have to find one pack and fly to that song over and over and over until I get it right.
I just gotta find the beat of the song and then fly to that tempo.
Starts off slow.
Or you can fly to a metronome.
Yes.
Click track. I could totally fly to a click track.
So do I. I have a metronome on my phone. I do that.
Yeah. But that's part
the
of the
good thing about it
right?
is that you just pull out. You can go, hey, I'd listened to the song a couple of times and just pull out some footy from somewhere and just go, oh yes, mash it.
I mean, I definitely vibe off the actual music.
Some people hear the song and go, hey, I know that pack. That was a really cool pack and that'll work. And other people go, now mash the song up. B-roll it almost. But yeah, no, it's going to be a good little challenge.
That sounds great.
Awesome
Sounds
to see
cool.
what everyone puts out there.
And it is kind of fun to like if you've done an edit to a song, and then someone else comes and does an edit to that same song. It's kind of fun. It's like artistic tape. I will admit, by the end of the competition, if you watch every video, you will be getting sick of that song. I can promise you that.
We did a contest similar to that.
Remember the Flight of the Bumblebee?
Oh my god.
Flight of the fucking Bumblebee?
You guys were over that, were you?
Oh my god, dude. There was some hilarious remixes, though.
I was over that song before it was Like before the end of that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know what
man,
makes it
I
worse?
just-
No, you know what
Flying
makes
to
it worse?
that was hard.
Well, you know what makes it worse though is when you try to edit and you have to do the song several fucking times before you even post it to get it. By the time it's over, yeah, you're sick of the
You've
fucking
listened
song.
to
You
the
don't wanna hear it
fucking thing
anymore.
100 times.
But like just keeping that in mind and keeping a good spirit about that, it will be a fun challenge. And you don't have to sit there and watch everyone else's edit. You don't have to do that.
Sure.
You just have to worry about your own edit. So you know what I mean?
Well, those challenges are fun. I've entered
they
a few
are.
of them over the years.
Yeah.
I'll,
There's a
I'll,
prize.
I'll throw one.
Earl.
I'm
There's
just
a
gonna
prize
get my
thing.
ass out and fly. Sorry.
There might be some limited edition
Good afternoon.
prizes.
That.
One-off prizes.
Oh shit!
Shit.
Limited edition.
Edition. That's right, bitches.
Wow.
I love limited edition.
Wow, I give you limited edition.
edition.
Edition. I give you a lick edition.
We were doing well about doing a big comp each year, but then COVID screwed that up for a minute. But we're at this year where the fire has been lit to get a big comp going as well. You guys should definitely hop in and participate. It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah.
We've done.
You've got your little game of quads too that you run each week and things like that. So you know you're constantly doing things. Constantly.
The big ones are crazy though. Some of them are like it's like an endurance race. The one year it was, I mean, people were doing an edit every fucking. At least you had to do an edit every week. You had to do an edit to get in, and then you had to do an edit every single week.
Yeah, that was a bitch.
It was kind of like kind of like International Game of
time
Loop
frame.
in certain regards. It's a
One of
grind.
the
Yeah.
edits I did for that was was still one of my favorite edits that I've done.
Nice.
Yeah,
I think
mine. I like mine.
Gravy let me borrow his fucking GoPro because I fucking broke mine, and he's like, "Just fly hard. Don't even give a shit if you break it." And I fucking
Damn.
almost demolished it.
Are you serious? Speaking
Like,
of
I flew
ice.
through these fucking like it was like a playground, and I flew through these like little arches that were like not much bigger than the width of the quad. I fucking whipped through there at like 60 miles an hour.
I think that what most people came away from our competitions with was that they improved not only as a pilot but as an editor because they had to sit their ass down and actually make an edit each week, and plus there was various challenges involved, and then they started everybody had to use the same song, and there was different little like twists to the whole thing. And
Dude, the one that got to me is when you were like the time frame. It was like, oh, do a regular edit. All right, that's one vote. And then the whoever wins, it's just the time frame got shorter and shorter and shorter.
Yeah.
So you had to do a whole edit, like the 1 minute edit. I'm like, I've never done a 1 edit video in my life. I just slapped that shit together.
But sometimes you can get some really good stuff out of that under pressure. You can just go, yeah, well, this is it, and it's there, and it looks awesome. And other people, it just doesn't quite work. But
That's exactly
exactly.
right, Osama. That's exactly right, my friend.
But how are you guys with restrictions and stuff in the US? Like, generally speaking, everybody's kind of opening up and getting back out there and stuff. Because, like, with everybody being restricted in some format for the last, 12 months.
It certainly had an impact.
I'm waiting for everybody to start, really ripping this summer.
I'm really hopeful that not only ripping gets going a lot better, but also work. Because like working in the entertainment industry during a COVID pandemic was not a good experience because there was very little to no work, because of all the restrictions and closings, and it's made it very tough for a lot of people. And hoping that this year
is different. Yeah, each area in the States is different though, and I'm not only speaking.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't do a tour based on half the country shut down. A tour relies on the entire country being operational. You know what I mean? And so it's just not practical. You can't do it for the couple places that are open. Not to mention all the liability and risk of such operation, because touring insurance is already fucking astronomical. So it's like, you add all this other shit, and then the cost of whatever, methods you're going to try to implement to whatever, accommodate whatever the local fucking restrictions are. If you are going to do a show, do you have to buy COVID tests for everybody? Like shit, whatever it was at the time. It just got ridiculous. Like the entertainment industry got fucked really hard the last year.
Now you got COVID tests in fucking 7-Eleven you can pick up for a few dollars. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
kind of weird. I walked into 7-Eleven. I was just like, it's a convenience store. I was just like, they have COVID tests here in the fucking
But
front
yeah,
desk?
I think I'm hoping this year is a lot better for a lot of people in general. I think that with flying in America, you'll see more rippage. You know, right now the north has fucking been an ice cold tundra, so you know the north part of the country, people aren't flying as much. So once the winter breaks here, and hopefully with the restrictions getting lifted, you're gonna see a lot more ripping, a lot more game of quad, you know, involvement and other things, and that's why we're trying to kick off our competition this spring into summer, and hopefully everybody can fucking get involved and have a good time. But the last one,
and I think that's with the Hellfire competition, because we understand that there's so many people that just haven't been out,
right?
You know, they haven't done anything, and maybe they've gone through their hard drives and cleaned them up while they've been sitting on their asses and found some B-roll or whatever. So you know, get it out there, use it. You know.
Yeah, put together and edit with it. That's an awesome idea.
Yeah, for sure.
But you do have 3 weeks, so don't if you want to do it and you're worried about
stress it.
Don't stress. You'll get a chance. Hey, Greg, you know that you did some videos. Like heaps of people do videos from this place. It's like it's got 2 big towers and then this.
That's Pilgrim.
Oh, Pilgrim.
You know,
Pilgrim.
Yeah.
You know, how far away from that is from?
That was 40 minutes from where I lived in Queens. It was
about 5
hours from where Greg's at. Yeah. Oh, that was Goons Day. Greg came down on Goons Day for the Pilgrim.
That's actually the first
that was our
Greg.
That was a good time.
Yeah,
I had an idea for a bigger edit for that video, but I just never got around to doing it.
I have so much fucking footy from that
He literally
place.
posted a flight. He's like, "Good night, guys," and like within 20 to half an hour, I see a already edit for him posting it. He was literally editing after he finished a flight. I was like, "This Greg is just."
That's what I do.
I didn't get enough vlog.
That place is going away. That place
thing.
apparently is getting torn down, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is.
Oh no!
Yeah, I have to go back.
That's heartbreaking.
It's on the timeline.
I read an article about that.
I mean, they've been saying that's February and it's still up, so it's up to debate. I think they're just looking at people are looking at it because it's the same thing right now. It's the same thing's happening right now with Gates of Hell. I saw the sign that says on development, and it was like February 9th, but I've seen that particular, you know, what they call it, a survey that's been happening for like over a couple of years now.
Yeah, but
so
you know how it is. Nothing happens fast, but when it happens, then it does actually happen. Like
It's gone.
nothing actually gets started quickly, but once it actually happens, it's just like, I mean, they take buildings down and put something up, and like it feels like overnight sometimes. You're like, what the fuck? I mean, dude, from the first year of COVID in New York, and then when we started getting our restrictions lifted and started getting out more, and the trains were running and all that shit again, and it's like, just in that time, like I was like going around my own neighborhood and was like, holy shit, a lot of shit changed in that year. Like,
you know what though, Chad? Though, like we're the last borough that's got any development done, and in the last I think a little before COVID, I mean, I've seen many buildings that were originally empty spaces. Now there's like condominiums are up, and the safe. I mean, literally, it's been gentrified like from day and night. I'm looking at places like that. Didn't look like nothing like that like last year.
There's a lot of development in Queens still. There's a lot of shit getting built in Queens. Not as much Brooklyn, but in Queens there's a lot of gentrification as well.
If you want to see a movie based on my neighborhood, just look up the movie The Bronx Tale. That's all you gotta look up. It's a gangster movie, but
you can also watch, if you want to see a movie about my neighborhood, watch Bushwick.
I got one.
Have you ever seen Bushwick? Have you ever watched that movie?
I've heard of it. I think I've probably watched about 5-10 minutes of it. I haven't watched the whole thing.
If you want to see Bando Oasis of New York, you got to watch the movie Fort Apache in the Bronx. This movie was filmed, I think, in the late 70s and 80s. The Bronx would look like, the whole Bronx looked like Bando heaven.
Bando.
If we had FTV, it's Bando City everywhere.
Yeah.
Just look up that movie and you see like, what the fuck?
I mean, dude, it's like, it's trippy to watch seafood.
Blown away by all the Detroit stuff you see with all the the places that are just absolute ghetto, and they're just absolute acres upon acres of opportunity to rip. It's just like, guys, get out there.
I mean,
For God's sake, get out there.
that's
It's not gonna
actually
be there forever.
it's funny because there's every year Detroit has the electronic music festival. It's a giant techno festival in America, and back when it started, like raving was a bad thing, but it brought so much money into downtown Detroit that they ended up basically letting it slide, even though they knew it was a big party. They let it slide because they needed the money. Detroit was fucking falling apart, and the Detroit, not to mention techno was birthed in Detroit, but it's just like, yeah, it's a huge music festival, and it just fucking does good for the community there.
Yeah, anything to get people out and getting them involved.
Because all the industry's fucking gone.
Because the industries. Yeah. Well, you think about it from our point of view, like our entertainment industry is absolutely KO'd. Like I think the biggest gig that I've seen, and it's only been released, and it's got a whole heap of disclaimers on it, massive disclaimers. I think it was maybe Foo Fighters were finally coming back.
Right.
And it's got disclaimers on the ticket saying, yeah, well, we'll give you your money back if it doesn't happen. But
right.
FYI. But nobody else is game.
Yeah.
Because I went to. Yeah, I had tickets before all this blew out, and then it was a real bitch to get me money back.
There's been a few.
Sorry, go Chad. Sorry, mate.
No, I was just gonna say there's a few bands trying to kick it. Like Black Eyed Peas have been out. They've hit Dubai a couple times and a few places in Europe. But man, I mean, I've had so many friends that like this last summer that were meant to tour Europe, and it all got kiboshed because of the Delta strain. Like everybody was booked out in the summer, and then just went away.
That's beautiful. Look at that. Who's that?
That's awesome, eh?
It's Costa Rica.
This is Min Chan.
Oh, forget about it. He's a robot. Never mind. He doesn't exist. Min Chan is a armage.
Far out.
He's an algorithm. Just move on.
He is an algorithm. Yes, you're right. He actually is. He's
artificial
an anomaly.
Intelligence.
Let me ask you a question. Have you guys heard is it playing in the news over there? Because I don't want to get right into this conversation, but we can briefly go over it. Have you guys heard in the news that we're all being locked down by drones and kept in our houses by drones and shit? Have you heard that this crazy bullshit?
Man, there's drones outside keeping me in the house.
Yeah, I thought those were the pigeons. The pigeons.
There's some crazy stories going on, man.
The birds, man, they can come get you.
The birds are the drones. I mean, I will go down the rabbit hole of things of that nature at times, but I have not heard that one, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh, that's got
crazy, man. There's some crazy stories going around.
I've heard some doozies along the way.
Let a drone try to keep me in the house. I will put a net on the bottom of mine and then grab yours out of the sky. Carry it off.
I hate to
and then beat it with a hammer.
3 parts. I'm thinking 3 parts.
I hate to say this, but and while it actually does my heart good to see the Ukrainian people with their drone teams that are out there fighting with drones, I think that, I was like, that's kind of pretty fucking awesome. It's also the same reason why they're gonna fucking regulate the piss out of us over here because of that very fucking thing.
Especially in the Europe.
Oh, was that the last video? Oh shit.
Damn.
Playlist over? Holy shit, that flew by.
Wow.
Rawr.
Wow. You gotta say wow. Wow.
Wow, time flies when you're having fucking fun.
And hasn't it been fun, eh? Hasn't this been awesome fun?
Fuck yeah, it has. It isn't wild. I was watching. They were taking lifter drones and getting old fucking Russian rockets and strapping them to lifters and then shooting them back at the fucking Russians. And then I was reading. They were saying that they have to stay mobile now because the Russians started locking onto their control links and they're mortaring the fucking drone sites. So if they lock onto the signal from the drones, they send mortars to where they think it's coming from. And they said that there were some of the drone teams have gotten taken out by mortar strikes. It's fucking wild, man.
I was watching a video where people were actually making their own Molotovs. Like they're taking, styrofoam and making their own Molotovs. Like Jesus Christ, people are just like, no fucks given. I mean, props to you Ukrainian guys for taking care of themselves.
Yeah, they were encouraging they were encouraging their citizens to make Molotov cocktails. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pray for
No,
them
no.
though.
Yeah, definitely. All strength for them in the moment. That's for sure.
Well, at least one of my favorite Ukrainian bands is still okay.
Imagine that like a squad though. Trying to set up to fire and then there's this drone flying around. They wouldn't be able to take it out with their guns. They wouldn't be able to catch it with their guns. Like it'd just drive them insane. Like that's a pretty clever tactic.
Well, especially when they're strapping C4 and shit to them and fucking literally turning them into bombs, or they're sending rockets off of them or something. It's fucking wild.
It's nice.
I think there was a video that I saw that somebody was flying an FPV drone straight at a Russian tank.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they had what they had strapped to it, but they were like buzzing the crap out of it. I'm like, holy crap! They're just using everything in their arsenal, and hey,
I mean, you think
it
about it,
be
though.
hard to retrofit one of these things to do whatever the hell we want.
My experience.
Well, you think about it,
gaffer tape and C4. Let's go.
The people there are so hard, like in Russia and the Ukraine and all the old Eastern countries. I mean, like the cultures there is very different. They're not nearly as shell shocked by some of this shit.
It's in their DNA.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, unfortunately.
Definitely.
I mean, some of those countries. I've spent a lot of time over there, and it's just like, yeah, different attitude altogether. You know.
Can't imagine, man.
I mean,
we're very lucky.
I guess you get desensitized. I mean, if you grow up with tanks on the streets and people walk, you know what I mean, on a regular, you just kind of get desensitized to it.
If we saw that shit around here, we'd be like, "What the fuck is that?"
We'd lose it.
It reminds me of the movie Euro Trip when they go into parts of Russia. I don't know if you've seen movie Euro Trip. And people just like living in slums, and people just like, whatever, you know.
I reckon we could have these conversations all day, but I don't reckon any of us would really know how we'd react.
No.
How we would react?
It's a situation.
We can guess, but until we're put in that situation, I don't.
But I mean, Chad said though, it's a different world because like they're growing up with it constantly around them, and how they're going to react is going to be totally different to what anyone in the West is going to react to.
For sure.
I mean, we got a taste of it in 9/11, so I mean, that's any indication of it. But I mean, over there, it's a whole different animal. You know, I think.
I was just going to put this out here so that, you know, I grew up, you know, in America. We have a gun culture in America, for better or for worse. I grew up, you know, I was in the rifle league when I was in in middle school. I was in a rifle club, and I would go out shooting, and my uncle and my family all had guns and whatever. So I grew up with around shooting, proper safety, blah blah blah, and you know, targeting. You know, I never really hunted, but I've done a lot of target competitions and stuff.
Hey, not to derail you guys, but it's 1:20 and this homie's gonna be up soon. I'm gonna have to dip out, fellas. Thank y'all so much for being on,
mate.
I'll see you guys next time. Love you, boys.
Good night,
Great
homie.
show.
Good night, Artie. Love you.
Take it easy, Chad.
Thanks, brother.
Don't forget, take it deep.
Hey.
Good night.
Great show, bro.
I was just, anyways, I was going to just finish my quick story. So I grew up around weapons and stuff, and never really bothered me. But my son and I went to the rifle range the other day to do some shooting. I hadn't been to a range in ages, and the first couple rounds made me jump. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like the ones that I was shooting. It was the range. There was some people shooting some pretty heavy caliber stuff on the range, and so like when we walked in, I got my gun muffs on and stuff, and I've been in ranges before, but it was just like it's been a while, like I said, and it's like so just like I was thinking about that very thing, like how would we react when there was actually this shit was actually hitting the fan? Because like. You know.
I mean, I speak for my behalf. I grew up in bad neighborhoods all my life, so getting shot at or hearing gunshots was kind of a norm to me growing up. So I'm a little desensitized to gun bullets noises, but it's not like to their level per se though. But I don't know. I'm kind of like desensitized by it. Gun go off, and like, eh.
But even that to me, Tech is so far away from what I grew up. Even hearing that is I don't understand. I have no idea of what it was like for you. I can't even imagine it. I can watch TV shows all day long. That doesn't really give me a real sense of what it was like to go to be in that situation. So from me to you is a big step. Imagine what it's like from us to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I mean, dude, New York City, I mean, to this day is every night you hear gunshots in your neighborhood. I mean, it's just that's a way of life. It just is the way of life for better for worse. And it's weird because you do get kind of desensitized to some of it. Like half the time you don't know if it's somebody popping fireworks or popping off rounds. Like,
well, that's another thing. Fireworks are illegal here, so we get the random backfire. Car goes down the freeway or something, and it backfires late at night. And seriously, it's like, what the fuck?
Right.
We know immediately what it is because it can't be anything else in this country. It can't. The chances of it being a gunshot are so small.
I mean, I'll give you an example how desensitized we are. There was a gunshot in my old neighborhood where I used to live at, and I saw what was going to happen. It was a gut feeling. I turned around and said, "This is going to turn into something." And I'm literally outside at 2 a.m. My friend is literally outside finished painting his wheels because he's got to go to a car show that morning of that night. And I'm telling my boy, "Yo, dude, something's going to happen. Get down." As soon as I said get down, this guy runs out of a building, shooting blindly into a corner. My friend literally got up, literally shook his head, went like this in his shoulders, turned around and kept on spraying. Like he just didn't he was oblivious to what's going on. And I'm like, get the fuck down. And he kept saying, no, I gotta get ready for the show. And he just kept spraying his fucking wheels and the rims outside. I'm just like, dude, are you, he's like, he just kept on painting.
You know, there'd be literal pee running down my pants if that was me. Literally.
It's wild because like I wasn't a native New Yorker, but I lived there for a very long time. And when I first got there, I heard I'd hear the stuff going off and whatever, and I wasn't sure. But then as mobile apps got more predominant, I had an app. Like they would tell me, there's an app we have in America called Citizen, and people can report stuff, and you can get notifications when something's going on around you. And I got that fucking app, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was gunshots. I was like, oh fuck, there's somebody robbing somebody down the block. And it was like, holy shit. It was kind of eye opening to realize what was actually going on around me.
That happened to me one time in Puerto Rico. I don't know. I said this story before. I literally come home and it's like 9-10 o'clock at night, and I hear a gun go off. And I looked at it's probably a 22 going off. It sounds very poppy. And about 2 hours go by, I hear, and it's going on for like a good minute and a half. I'm just like, oh, this shit just turned real ugly. I literally was so numb to it. I literally turned around and went right back to bed. I was like,
yeah. I gotta admit, I was pretty similar to Chad in the respect that I grew up with them and had them always around at the ranges and whatever else. And we really don't have a gun culture here. If you hear something, you either know it's a gunshot or you know it's a car, but everyone's kind of like on edge type of thing. Like me personally, I'm not edgy from it. Right. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm the same as Tech. Oh yeah, that was a 22 or that was a 308 or whatever else. But or a 30, or a shotgun or something, which is usually what you'll get around here, to be completely honest, because they're easy to get hold of from farmers and shit like that. Right. But we don't have that, and we're pretty lucky in that respect. That if you hear a gunshot, shit is going down, or it's shooting a roof.
Right. Somebody's shooting a roof.
That's probably what you'll actually hear. Like I've heard gunshots, and I went, okay, that was a pistol. What the hell's going on? And some guy had hit a kangaroo. It wasn't dead,
so he had to kill it.
The cops have got license to kill him.
Right.
It's probably a nasty domestic or a fucking drug deal or something. Just something that you don't want to be. You don't want to be involved in it.
Send in the drone.
Yeah, but everybody's
the emu, the Great Emu War Part 2.
But yeah, it's different. It's definitely a different world, and I don't know how Australians would actually go down if there was regular shooting, noises at least around us, because let alone being in the same situation.
Look at speaking of double right now, I just heard fireworks outside. Somebody lay off of. I just heard it right now. A rocket outside. People are still throwing. I don't know why. It's not even summer yet.
Fireworks are just insane in the city.
You got them, light them.
I don't know what it was like. I don't know what it was like where Tim used to live over in the eastern states, Victoria, but where we are now, nothing happens. Nothing happens, and this is one of
the. That.
This is in any way, shape, or form. But this is one of the things that makes Australia not such a cool place still, because, or at least this side of Australia, it's pretty safe, man.
Right
not
on.
a lot of shit. Not a lot of shit happens. When it does, it's yucky. But
It's intermittent, and it's sporadic. Yeah, it's not sporadic. It's one-offs, and then you don't see anything else for another 6 months, 12 months.
Yeah. It takes
So,
longer. It takes
pretty
longer
much.
to get shit in the mail. You know,
Right.
there's bad sides about living in an isolated continent, but fuck, I'm not complaining.
Nah.
I'm not
Beautiful
complaining.
country, regardless, though. I love Australia.
Yeah, if
We
they
are
could,
blessed in that
I
respect.
wouldn't mind visiting.
if they could
Yeah,
just
do it.
hurry
Yeah,
the
that's good stuff.
legalization laws up and put dispensaries everywhere, I think that would fix a lot of the problems that are going on in this country at the moment.
If you come to the east side of the country,
shit.
you're pretty much every state down the coast is getting legalized. So
Dude,
You can
there's
do it here.
dispensaries popping up like there's fucking convenience
7-Elevens.
stores now.
You can you can do it here, but it costs $1,000 to go through the process to get on.
that's
the
cheap.
dispensary.
That's cheap.
What?
You know how much?
$1,000 to
you know
get
how
your
much
license to buy? What are you talking about? Cheap? You can get a
license? I thought dispensary. Never mind. Take it back.
dispensary
Yeah.
thing's a whole nother ball game.
Oh
But
my
No,
God.
that's just for the doctor's appointment for them
Yeah.
to approve it because
Yeah.
it's not for recreational here, so it's only for medicinal. And if you want to go that route, it's at least $1,000 to go through the process, and then you've got to pay for it. But it does get delivered to your door and all
Aye.
that sort of stuff.
And
I
here-
don't know much. I don't know much about it.
here we've got like I had my card from California, and it was about, I think my first appointment was like 60, 70, and then it was like 50 a year after that for renewals. In New York City, to get your medical card, it was 150. And then the beginning of this last year, they made it recreational. So New York State is recreational, and it was just like all bets were off. It was just,
Swear to God.
yeah, it was crazy. It's just fucking.
Remember that day? It was literally a podcast. It was on a Wednesday. I remember that. And literally, the streets of this area was quiet. Like literally, I know the city had been baked left to right. It was just quiet.
I mean, they decriminalized a few years ago. It used to be if you get caught smoking, you go to jail, and then they made it a ticket, and then they basically stopped enforcing it, and then they just said fuck it.
I remember I got one of those tickets
bothered
once.
with it.
I wish
Dude,
they
it was different than a normal ticket too. It didn't have anything written on the back. There was no it was almost like a hall pass.
Mm.
I don't think usually they have like the full sheet
I
in the
didn't
back
pay
for
that
more
shit.
common laws. Yeah, they don't care. Here they don't care. Even I have a lot of police friends, and a lot of the guys were before they started making it, before the tickets were given before, and a lot of my cop friends are just like they didn't bother with it. It's just like they just tell people like, dude, just go inside or go somewhere else. I don't want to write you up. I don't want to like just get out of my face. Pretty much, the cops are telling people, because it's like.
So this is another thing that I can't relate to with tech, because if I want to have a smoke, I have to score it in a car park off a kid or something like that. Probably shouldn't have said a kid, but you know what I mean. But probably could have used a better example. But you know what?
Wink to make it,
Okay, wink, wink.
Wink.
But so the idea of going into a shop and buying it legally is.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that though, because like being in the music industry, like I never had any problems when I've come to Australia finding
That doesn't count, bro. You're literally know it by default. The simple fact that you said the music industry is a default no.
We had
it's a ticket.
The fucking promoters would help. The promoters would help us. Like the venue promoters would help us.
It wasn't a question if you can get it. It was a question is what you want. That's what it is with the music industry.
I'm not saying a fucking word, Tech. I'm not saying the word, dude.
That's pretty much what it is with that. But even like now, selling them, my father's like he's very pro in person. When he found out they legalizing marijuana, he's just like, yo, my doctor might give me a card. I'm just like, let me know so we can both go to a dispensary.
Yeah. My dad was a pretty heavy pot smoker, bless him. He would have loved. It would have been really funny to see him walk into a shop and buy it legally, because it's just really hard to get.
Can you imagine? Like he's just gone down to 7-Eleven. He says, "Oh yeah, grab some milk, grab a pack of Winnie Glue.
That would have been the
couple spliffs.
That's
That's
kind
of
like
grab a bag of chips."
like next door is where you buy the bag of chips and then you just go to the.
I think the best the best part about the whole situation is that just lack of concern at this point. Like, you know, because whenever you're in a situation where you might get a ticket or whatever, you have that kind of over you. You know what I mean? And that's to have that weight off your shoulders. Like, you don't have to worry about it anymore. It's like very refreshing, very like free, liberating. Yeah, because it's just like. You know, like I said, in New York, people smoked all the time. Like, I would be on my way to a gig at 7 in the morning and come out of the subway, walk into a park, and it just fucking reek, you know. And then whatever. But like now, it's just got so cool. Like, and the fucked up side effect of COVID was that it reminded me of Amsterdam because they had all the little dining huts and shit outside, but it would be like, and all the bars had little drinking huts and shit. And there'd be all these people on the streets all over the place. And you have people in these huts drinking, eating, whatever. And then you have people, you know, having a smoke or smoking a spliff or whatever, like all around the place. And it was just very cool. It was just a big cultural change, actually.
And it must be really strange to have a variety, too. It's not just
that is strange.
You've got edibles.
You got choices, yeah.
Choices?
Like
what the
I
hell?
can go to this website and it has a fucking menu and I can choose, like, different concentrates, buds, fucking pre-rolled blunts, fucking pre-rolled joints, edibles, drinks, fucking anything.
There was a dispensary in Connecticut that they change their menu every day because when it comes to the edibles, they bake something different for the day. So it wasn't like this is what we have available all the time. It's every day was something different. So I went to a dispensary and I got me a coffee cake. It's like this big. It was like nothing like that. About a sliver of it, and I was done for the night. I can imagine if I ate the whole entire thing.
Really count.
I just think the East Coast there was edible gummies coming in. I don't know how they were coming in or whatever else, but nobody was picking anyone up on them. I was just like, okay, well, it's coming.
It does come in.
It's gonna be a matter of time.
It does come in here too in little lolly tins like this, right? And there's usually. And it's all sealed. I think it's monkey something. There's a monkey thing. It's all labeled up. It's medicinal stuff from the US. So it's brought in.
I heard a monkey.
I think it could be that, something like that. But it's 5 grams in a tin, and it's $240.
Woo!
Damn.
Which is also surprising because I'm telling you, I think it might have been like Melbourne or Brisbane. Right? I picked something up one year, and I was actually pretty impressed with what I got. That was Australian. It was very, very stony. Very stony.
Yeah.
I called it prehistoric.
I don't have a lot of people around me that smoke and stuff a hell of a lot. So it's a bit harder for me to get if I wanted to have a chill and a smoke one night. So it's difficult. But I've been playing in bands all my life, so I've smoked all my life.
You see, Chad. It's not about can you get it. The question is what can you get? See, there you go.
Oh man, yeah.
You don't tell me anything, bro. I'm just telling you. You don't have to tell me shit.
Look, he's getting some PTSD right now. Look, he's at his face. He's like,
my ass has been around the fucking block a couple of times. That's all I'm gonna say. I've seen it. I've seen it all. Fucking seen it all. I thought I was gonna die in South America. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Fucking hell. Anyways, yeah. Someday I need to write a diary, but I can't incriminate anybody.
Memoir.
Yeah, I need to do like a memoir. But you know, we have a saying: what happens on the road stays on the road. And it's like kind of like Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Well, it's like that's the entirety of the road. Whether the road takes you to Australia, Russia, wherever the fuck you are, it doesn't matter. But
is that a double negative when you go to Vegas?
I don't know what happened. No, when roadies go to Vegas, it catches on fire. I don't know. It's like spontaneous human combustion.
Wait, I thought what happens in Vegas comes back as an STD.
Yes. Yeah.
No, that's Thailand.
No, McDonald had a great joke about that.
That or your third wife, one of the two.
There's that. That's a whole nother thing.
I was gonna say mail-in brides in the Ukraine. That's got to be going up.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Ugh.
I was gonna say
I mean-
that
Yeah,
actually-
I don't think we need to go there at all.
I'm leaving that one. My brain
Alright.
is somewhere you just don't want to go right now.
Man, this has been a blast tonight, guys. Thanks.
Aye.
Hell yeah, it has.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks so much. And
Thank you.
It's been an honor to hang out with you, my homie Swift Duck. Like,
Fuck yeah, bro.
keep inspiring me, dude. Like, I live for your videos. Okay.
Fuck
I-
yeah, man.
I live for my wife, but your videos are classic.
So he look real
Fuck yeah,
quick.
man. Thank you.
Is she around?
She gonna throw a shoe at him from the door.
But as soon as I get a computer that runs a sim, I'm gonna be
should
fucking
do.
up your ass every day.
Dude,
asking
I'm
for tips.
glad to
We
help
should
you.
do, man. Like I said, we do the sim. We have sim sessions on Friday nights in Discord. We're trying to get some more happening at some points, and then like we're trying to do it on the show from time to time, and it's just good. Like it's a good hang. You know, it's
There's
cool.
a couple sims that you can get that aren't so demanding too, like
Yes.
Yeah.
FPV Air 2.
Yes, well, I caught that.
tends-
I caught that
Go
in the other stream. Was it last week or one of the other ones? We're doing a tech. You're doing a tech thing, and then you posted up the links for that simulator, and I
Yeah.
saved it. I've saved it, so I've got
that one pretty much runs on anything. You can turn the graphics down too. All you're looking for at this point is just physics. So
Yeah, and V drone's not that intense, really.
no, it's not.
It's really not that bad, but
My
It's like
machine's
cranking
not
it up, it gets a bit needy, but
Yeah, even with my machine's not the greatest machine out there. I'm working off a laptop, and when we did the stream, I was running, Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, and Liftoff, and my machine was like, whatever.
yeah.
And and I had it on
Liftoff's
medium
gotten
settings.
better. Liftoff, it all depends on what environment you go in Liftoff. Like Hanover is it's a resource hog.
Yeah, that's
It's a big one.
That I agree.
that's
But,
loady.
But aside from that, it's not that bad. And
That's
yeah,
the one I usually try. Damn it.
but not for nothing. I can't
Well,
run.
look at
I can't run. I can run the stream on this laptop, but I can't actually run Liftoff on it. And thank you, Reaction Entertainment.
What you could do though, remember Steam has a return policy, so you can actually buy the game in Steam. I think in 30 days or a couple of hours. And if you don't like it, you could just return it and they'll give you money back.
Well,
So it's a good way to test it out if it works on your machine.
What I do is I go into Steam and I put all the simulators on my. If I don't have it, I put it on my wish list, and then I wait, and then they'll send me an email when it goes on sale, and I just usually try to grab it on sale, even if I can't play it at the time. Or whatever. I do that with games too, but like with the Sims, I was doing that. I bought Liftoff way back in the day when it was like beta, basically. It hadn't been released yet or anything, and they had some early access thing for it, but that's the thing you can do, even though you might not be able to run them right now. Fucking throw them on your wish list, and when you can get them for $3-4, just grab it when when they have those summer sales, because they always do it. And then it just goes in your library, and then when your computer can run it, you got it, and But I think
Off you go.
I think certain sims like Velocidrone and Liftoff, things of that nature, they have a track record of longevity. I don't see them going away anytime soon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, so let me turn the tables for a second, guys. Right? Let me ask you a question each. Right? So, Tech, what are you working on? What have you got coming up?
Regards to FPV in general.
Of course, FPV.
Besides studying to get my Part 107, getting better at certain skills of flying. Trying to get out of my trying to get out of my comfort zone. I want to do a little bit more proximity and not so much open field places. So I want to get used to flying in really, really, really tight locations. Tighter gaps, tighter, lines, and then keeping it while still keeping myself with my one pack runs I usually do.
Yeah. Cool. What about you, Chad?
Same question. Right now, my focus is mostly on cinema and cinematic stuff, and my plan is to build some X8s and carry some cameras around, lug some cameras.
Have you got any jobs that you're doing that are like on the whiteboard that you need to cross off? Like have you been asked to do any jobs?
I've done. I mean, as far as shooting stuff with my drones, yeah, I've done some drone gigs before, but not specifically with what I have in mind at the moment yet. No.
Okay.
but I do jobs as a terrestrial videographer and filmmaker, and so I'm very much into camera rigging, color, all the I've been the one thing like I grew up as a photographer and as well as a sound guy, but getting into FPV really reignited my filmmaker fire, so to speak. Awesome. And and I've been building camera rig and constantly tinkering with that because FPV is a tinkerer's hobby, and so it's as is 3D printing and fucking and the camera side of it as well. Not so much with GoPros, but you can do some stuff. You can tinker with.
Have you built up one of those 8-motor?
No, that's what I'm saying. So basically, I was a production manager in New York City for large scale events, musical events, right? Musical industry stuff. Yeah. And basically, my plan at the time a few years ago was like I was going to start investing in X8s and cameras. Well, I got as far as I started buying cameras. And I have my 10-inch rigs, and I was starting to build towards that. That's why I started building macros, because I wanted to learn how to do big X8s, right? I want to get into the tuning and learning that shit. So I started with macro. I bought I bought my first cinema camera and started building that out, like rigging that out. And then COVID hit, and then all my income went away. So I'm basically in limbo with what my goals are. My goal at the time was keep doing gigs until I can get the drone stuff fully working and then slowly shift over as the clients. I have a really insane network. I actually got asked to shoot a drone gig for the Super Bowl, but unfortunately we lost the bid. So the gigs are out there. It's just a matter of when they come through and things of that nature. I'm known as a video guy in a lot of, you know what I mean? So I'm, I still have a lot of work to do to build my clientele and stuff, but if nothing else, I mean, I just love it. So I'm going to be happy either way. You know what I mean? I'm not doing this to get rich. You know what I mean? I do this because I love it. I do emu flight because I love it. It's dope to make something and give it to somebody and they fly it and they're like, holy fuck, that's rad. Like that's the best thing. Like that's the best thing in the world. It's the best feeling in the world. I like to build. For me, I like some other people in this industry. I was very depressed. I was going through a divorce. When I found FPV, I was a mess. FPV helped me immensely, and so my goal has always been to try to give back to the community as best in some fashion. I might not be able to, give away motors and frames or shit. I might not be in that position, but if I can write code in my free time that helps people fly and have a good time, that could be my contribution, giving back to the community. You know what I mean? Or teaching somebody how to color or edit or use DaVinci or whatever the case is. Like we spend time on that in the show from time to time, and I'm constantly helping people as much time as I have, like helping people with that. Like how can I make my YouTube videos look better? What should I be trying? What can I be doing here? I'm having this problem. Whatever. And so yeah, I mean, I want to continue towards that. I would really like to do some drone education stuff. Well,
if anyone can do that, that's you, because you are one smart motherfucker, man. Like I said that before, but yeah, the amount of knowledge you have is kind of intimidating to a little dude like me. Seriously. So
it's just, you just got to keep pushing, man. You know what I mean? Like I have I'm a techno nerd. I mean, there's no question. Technology in my brain click. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just natural to me, like like all forms of technology. It's like, and it's always been the case. You know what I mean? That's just something I was blessed with, was a gift for understanding bits and bytes and shit like that, and technology in general. And
that's why he can understand me.
But a lot of it's work, man. Like, I didn't imagine I'd ever tour with big name bands. I busted my fucking ass. I started off as a DJ, and I was playing raves, and I was spending 4 hours a day practicing beat matching on turntables, and then I learned sampling, and then I was already studying audio, engineering at the time. And it just kind of one thing led to another. I started making beats. I was learning all these crazy new samplers, really in the know. And then a band called and said, "Hey, do you know this software and these samplers?" I'm like, "Yeah, man. Like, can you come and help us? We need help." And the next thing I know, I was on a fucking world tour. literally
you
overnight. Like
You got to work hard for shit, man. But when you're
Yeah.
doing stuff you love, it doesn't feel like work. It just feels like
it makes it easy.
fun.
Yeah, if you love it, it makes it easy, to spend that time. Because that's what it really is. I think anybody can accomplish anything they set their mind to. It's a matter of time and priority. You have to prioritize the time to
100%.
do it and have the drive to follow through, and that's really it, and then you'll find people along the way though that can help give you that little push or give you that little piece of information to help you level up here or there, and you just keep leveling up, man, and you just keep pushing. That's it's like with the racing. That was one thing I loved about the racing team. It's like you're racing, you crash out, they're like, that was fucking awesome, mate, keep pushing, just keep pushing, because sooner or later you're gonna make the laps. You start off crashing, and then you start making laps, and then you start making laps faster, and then you just keep pushing, keep trying, and then it just same thing with everything, editing, fucking cinematography, color, it's just making
What
code.
about you? What about you, Duck? Have you got anything new? You must be almost out of tricks, eh? To learn? You must have them all in your bag.
No way. I'm not out of tricks to learn. My thing for learning for freestyle anyway is taking what I already know and mirroring it. So like I'm good at doing left-hand side tricks. If you haven't noticed my videos, I'm good at left rolls. I do a lot of right-hand side tricks, but like I want to be consistently being able to mirror exactly what I can do one way than the other. That's I want to have that control so that any situation pops up, I can just creatively think my way out of it. So like I've been practicing, like in a sim, I'll go, like when I start warming up, I do like just basic warm-ups, 10 left rolls, 10 right rolls, 10 forward flips, 10 back flips, 10 inverted yaws. And then I pretty much flow around from there and then get muscle memory and then start creatively using that muscle memory to do whatever. That's what I've been working on for freestyle right now. So
That's interesting.
tricks specifically, I've run out of like ideas of like different combinations.
What were
of
you
flips and
struggling with
rolls,
last week in liftoff though? There was something you were struggling with, wasn't there? Wasn't there a trick you were struggling with? I don't remember what it was.
That was quite funny last week.
Me is the goddamn trippy spin.
Don't remember.
I don't think it was the trippy spins.
I think it was backwards
for me.
dives.
I think it was that. Might have been it. Yeah, it might have been the backwards stuff.
Yeah, not a huge backwards dive kind of guy.
Right. You did mention it a lot. Yeah, like lining it up and coming in.
But I also want to get into racing this summer. I've been trying to get into it, but COVID kind of shit on everything from the beginning of that. And then it finally came back around, and I was going to enter a freestyle contest that was at a race. But I ended up going to New York instead. So.
Oh, that's right. You came to Pilgrim with that weekend of the race. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right.
So I'm gonna probably get into that this summer. I don't necessarily want to go out and do it by myself, so like I gotta get a fucking homie to come out and do it with me. Maybe Scaboos will come and do it.
I think Tiny Whoop racing is a really good place to start racing if you don't race at all. Because then you can literally Tiny Whoop race with a couple fucking chairs. You know what I mean? Like
Pretty much. I mean, we've done it in my friend's house. Like, his house is like, it's a fucking closet, and we used the bathroom, half of the living room, the kitchen, and we just made a track out of that. And we were having fun for like a good 4 or 5 hours, just going at it, just pack after pack after pack after pack.
All right, so
racing's funny.
It is, and I always recommend folks. Much love, Reaction to Entertainment. Have a good night, hon.
Reaction.
Good night.
I'm tired of my damn self. Yeah, it's about to wrap. I was just gonna say, I always tell people to learn how to race because for exactly what the reason Greg was saying, like, because racing forces you to turn left and right.
Yep.
It forces you to change directions, whereas
it gets you confident in hitting a gap that you wouldn't normally, like, especially if the gap's below you and at a weird angle. You'll know how to fucking swoop down and turn into that consistently in one nice motion, and you won't have to like saw at the sticks. Like a lot of beginner pilots, like especially like when they try to turn, they like almost like sawing at it, like turn, then look, then turn, and look, and then like letting go of the sticks.
Yeah.
Racing gets you out of that.
And it teaches
Well,
you
it's
how
like-
to the flow through turns and.
Well, it's
and-
like that one. It's like that one map in Liftoff when you're flying Barwell's house. You have to literally part of the track is literally a piece of gap on the fence.
The fence,
So
yeah.
Still, you have to gap through that. So there's other use. Hit at the top, hit the sides, or you go right to the ground. So you got to find the even medium. So
It's
that's a
that
good way to.
It's that throttle control, man. It's great for
Yes.
throttle control.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Because
And
we had a guy join the team recently and then turned around and said to me, yeah, my freestyle's better because of that. And it's exactly that point.
Even just doing it in the sim, like even if you haven't gone out and doing it in real life, like just that practice of that throttle control and that consistency, that has helped my freestyle like
immensely.
tenfold.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for like hanging out with us for so long tonight.
Thank
Chad,
you
and
for
having
hanging
us on.
out with us
Yeah,
for
it was
so
good shit.
long.
It was a good
This
show.
has been really, really good fun, and it's like,
Indeed.
I love you guys. I've been a big fan of the stream, and I've been watching the stream, your stream for ages. So it's a huge honor to be on.
It was a
And
huge
about
honor to
from my
have
point of
you
view,
guys, eh?
The whole Goon Squad has been a massive, inspiration and support for me from very get-go. And, Reckless was the one that got me onto the Discord, and everybody's been awesome, amazing, and really helpful ever since. So much love.
Actually-
and thanks very much to all of you.
Oh yeah.
Really quick story. Part of the reason that the Hellfire team began is because I really wanted to be a member of the Goon Squad, and I thought, nah, I'll never be good enough. I'll never be one of them.
Never say never.
I'll create my own.
Come on. What is the Goonie? What's the Goon?
Never say
slogan?
die.
Never
you
say
go.
die.
Dude, we're brothers now anyway.
Never say die. Keep pushing. That's all.
Hop in on our Discord, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That's it.
You're always
Get on
welcome with the Goon Squad, bro.
The thing with the Goons is it's always like, yes, we've had, we've been blessed to have some really great pilots, but in general, we've been blessed with having really great people. And
we're more of like a small like group of friends rather than like a team or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that. I
mean,
We're not
we
trying to,
have a lot of
we're not
things
trying
like
to be
this.
like Hell's Angel or anything like that.
But you're very inspiring. Like it is. You guys.
You're always going to have something to work towards, Tech. Seriously. We've got, Goons, Hell's Angels,
Yeah.
Sky's the limit, dude.
There you go.
Tech's a legend.
delivery
Doug's a
system
legend.
worked out.
Ted's a
Legends.
legend.
Y'all are legends.
That's
You are
right, buddy.
exactly. Thank you so much, guys, for coming.
Thank you.
No,
All
thank
right.
for
Well,
having us.
you guys want
Appreciate
to leave us with anything? Closing comment?
Just we love you all. That's all. Get on the song challenge if you can. Watch Swift Ducks videos and drop double likes. I know there's no such thing, but harass space on YouTube and maybe they'll create
We'll make a double like
button.
button.
He's fucking
right.
awesome, this dude. And we love you, man.
Thanks, man.
All right. Well, we love you, chat. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you next week. We'll be hanging out, chilling. And like I said, we got Bot Grinder coming up this month. We got What Is Real coming up this month. Some other special guests the month following. So stay tuned for more. And we love you.
See you
Bye.
guys.
We're going to leave you with Swift Duck.
Bye.
Woo!
Go.
I'm too sexy for my love. Too sexy for my love. Love's going to leave.
I mean,
Thanks, guys. That was wicked.
Hell yeah.
That was awesome.
Sword of Omens, give me sight beyond sight.